Richie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So, next up, we have Richie from Clarity.so. I
Hello.
took a look at it. It looks like an amazing version of Notion decentralized. So, I'm really excited about all the possibilities that we can learn from Clarity.
Thanks. Yeah, we have been describing it as a GitHub for non-technical contribution, right? So GitHub, rather, it's much more similar to GitHub in feature set than Notion. So the original inspiration for Clarity was around, I was a technical contributor, and then in these Web3 communities, I also started doing non-technical contribution. And I said, well, when I do technical contribution, I have, open source, I have this like repo to onboard onto. I also have a legibility of my contributions because I can see my commits and my pull requests and all of that. And I don't have any of that when I do non-technical contribution. And so we were working in these Web3 communities back in 2019, and we started to build out some tools that would start to give us that legibility and give us those things. We thought, like, if we could build the GitHub for non-technical contribution, that would be really important. A couple of years later, we started seeing the next resurgence of DAOs last summer, and we're like, man, this makes a lot of sense. Like these communities that we were contributing to, they weren't necessarily called DAOs, but they were sure looked a lot like them. And so we started to talk to DAOs and realized it was like perfect fit. And so we've really been focused specifically on building for DAOs since then. So I have some slides and I'll walk through it. I'm going to do a demo. And yeah, so I'll open that up right now. There we go. So we just launched Clarity 2.0 last week. Massive update. If you've seen Clarity before, you should definitely look at it now. It's substantially different in a great way. We've consolidated all the learnings that we have got over the last year into this new cohesive release that is a lot smoother. And so, yeah, we're going to do questions at the end if there are questions. And so drop some questions in the chat. If I see them, then I'll leave time at the end for them. And if not, I can always move into doing some more demos or demo some more specific features. But I would love to do questions, so please drop questions in there, and I'll stop like 5 or 10 minutes early to do those. And so, like, a question we get a lot is like, what is Clarity? In the sense of like, where does it fit in to DAOs more broadly? Or what does it fit into the DAO tool stack, right? Because it's an ecosystem. We don't want to. There's no such thing as like an all-in-one DAO tool. So we need to figure out like, where does this fit in? And so the way that we sort of see this is that there's a lot of competing definitions for what a DAO is. If you want to be occupied on a Saturday, just ask for a definition of a DAO on Twitter and you'll get a nice flame war going. But the one thing that I think we all can all agree on is that, DAOs are communities. And that's different from corporations, because in a DAO, you have these three, I think that we think of DAOs as having a singular community, if we treat them that way, in the tooling, we end up building tools that don't have a clear focus or don't have a clear persona they're building for. And so we think of we think of DAOs rather as having three distinct sub-communities. And those sub-communities are owners, users, and contributors, right? It's not new. We've all heard this before. And the unique thing about DAOs is that these sub-communities are overlapping. They have a much greater overlap than in corporations or in other types of organizations. But I think that when we think about building tools for DAOs, we do need to think about this as building for one of these personas rather than trying to build for everyone. And when you think about Discord as if you ever use Discord to be in a fan community, it's excellent for that, because you sort of come, you hang out. It doesn't really matter what was going on before you got there. It doesn't really matter what happens after. Sort of just enjoy the moment. You hang out, see some people, you leave, right? And that's what it's really excellent at. But when it gets to being a contributor in Discord, it does start to matter what happened before you got there, and it does start to matter what happened after you got there, right? Because our reputation, our compensation, our opportunities are all tied to our knowledge of like what's happening in DAO. And so when we think about building for DAOs, we think that contributors need their own space. And so if you think about these sub-communities, what you can see is that you can actually look at these different types of DAOs have different levels of overlap between these different communities. And so, rarely are they all equally overlapping. Sometimes you have an owner community, like all contributors and users are also owners. Sometimes you have contributors and users, some of which are owners, but not everyone, and owners being people who hold the token of the DAO, right? And contributors being who creates what the DAO produces, and users or fans being who consumes what the DAO produces. And so if you look at like a social DAO, for example, there's gonna be a high overlap, right? You got token holders, they're creating stuff, they're also the ones who are consuming it, they're throwing events, they're also going to the events. But you might have like something like a service DAO where you overlap between users and contributors. I mean, owners and contributors is there, but they're servicing users who are not token holders and are not contributors. And so there's almost no overlap between those communities in that way. And so clearly these are distinct personas, right? So this is just to sort of back this up. And so we think contributors need their own space. And one of the reasons for this is what I talked about before, but also the fact that contribution is a vulnerable act, like any creative process. And it's really, in order to have incredible work being done, in order to make tough decisions, you need to have psychological safety in the community. And it's really hard to facilitate psychological safety when not everyone in the space is a contributor, and they're not acting as a contributor. And so when you're acting as a contributor, we think that you should be in a contribution space. And when you're acting as a user or a fan, you should be in a space that's built for that. Same thing for ownership, right? When you're acting as a token holder, you should be in a space that's built for that as well. And so we think of Clarity as a place where contributors onboard onto communities, they get work done, and they get rewarded for what they do. And rewards can come in the form of reputation, tokens, right? Literal payment, but all of these things like recognition, those will all fall into the rewards category. And so as Clarity, we're aiming to build the space that's most accessible for contribution to be able to onboard, to be able to actually get involved in work, to do the work, and then also that gets you the most recognition for the work that you do. And so one analogy that I'd like to think of is that Clarity is a campus for your contributor community. And so most people are familiar with a campus and what that's like. And so when you think about coming onto campus, one thing that you might do is you might stop at the community bulletin board and find out what's going on campus and what you can get involved in rather. And so the home screen is the first thing you see when you enter a Clarity workspace. And this is the community bulletin board. It has important documents and links for all contributors to see. And you can post important things to other places where the contributor community needs to be, or you can include it to memos of past seasons so people can get caught up. You can also post things for different groups so people can find groups that they like to be involved in. Another way that people can get involved in things is by looking at the roadmap. So the roadmap has everything that's happening across all the groups. So all the projects that are happening, the goals that are happening for the season, that helps you get oriented in the community and say, like, what's going on? Do I actually want to get involved this season? Like, what's happening, right? And just like a college campus that has semesters and off times, DAOs have seasons and off seasons. And so the roadmap helps you visualize that rhythm of the community so that you can sync up and make sure that everyone stays sort of in the same space, even if they are coordinating across a bunch of different groups. And similar to a campus, Clarity has a wiki, which is the community library. So in a university, you might have, research that's done on campus gets cataloged in the library so that future people doing research on campus can find it. You might also pull research and books in from outside campus, right? In order for people on campus to be able to see it and find it and use it for their work. And in Clarity, that's all possible. And it happens through tags. So whenever you tag something in any document, it gets added to that page of the wiki. And if it's not already a page, it will create a page. So you have these wiki articles. It's like your own personal Wikipedia. And so you can see here that we might have 3 documents that mention compensation, but they're across 2 different groups. And if this was more of like a traditional folder structure or like a drive, you would never be able to know if you only operated in the media guild that the community guild is dealing with compensation in their season 4 rules proposal. But with the tags, you can easily surface that. So when you go to the compensation topic in the wiki, you'll see all of the places where compensation is being discussed across the community and be able to quickly open those documents up and see it. what's going on. Now, I've been talking a lot about groups. Groups are where the work happens. So you can think of groups as being these like smaller workspaces within the broader context of Clarity Base. And in a group, you have everything you need to coordinate amongst a small group of people, or a medium or large group of people. And it all happens in these tabs of activity, tasks, projects, and notes. Tasks are a task board. If you create tasks in any document, they'll show up on the task board. Same thing with projects. Those are just project docs that you can create tasks within. Activity surfaces everything that's happening within the group. And your notes are your general purpose documents. And I'll show you what all of these look like in a bit. And so that's my sort of preamble. And now I'm going to switch over to my screen share. And my demo, and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is Clarity. I'm going to start from a clean base because I want to show you how simple it is to use Clarity and how to get started. And that a lot of what is the structure of what Clarity is sort of there for you to hold what you're doing without you having to like maintain it or create it or argue about how it should be set up. And so we're going to use our example of DinnerDAO. DinnerDAO is a DAO that basically does a crowdfund for a season, and then all the people who put into that season get divided up into tables all over the world. And you have like city DAOs, and then you have each table is like an 8-person DAO, and these DAOs all go around and create different in-person events across different cities, and they all sort of have fun. And so it's a pretty straightforward use case, and so I like to use it as an example. So what you're seeing here at the beginning is the home screen, right? There's the first thing you jump into. You'll see that I'm automatically in the DinnerDAO group, which is everyone in the whole workspace is in. And then you have the general group, which is also created for you. And so here's where you have your home, you have your roadmap, you have your wiki, you have your groups, and your roles. And so the community can easily find everything they need when they walk in right on this front screen. You can create collections where you can add as many collections as you want for different types of links and docs to things inside Clarity or outside Clarity. This is that roadmap we were talking about. It comes preloaded with these seasons, but you can sort of edit them to be whatever you want. If you use quarters or months or some other framework, you can do that. Your wiki has a start here in it automatically. That's the same one that's on the home screen, but you can create as many as you want. Same thing with groups and roles, and I'll go through how that looks. And so in a group, you have your activity feed, you have your tasks, your projects, your notes. So let me show you what that looks like when you start using them. And so let's create our first doc. I'm gonna, we're DinnerDAO, we're setting this up. We need to form our initial agreements. So I'll paste this in. I pasted this from another Clarity doc, but if you paste it in from Google Docs or Notion or any other tool like that, we have a robust copy paste engine. So we'll capture and provide formatting for anything that we do support in Clarity. And so you can see here that we have all of this. I'm going to grab the title as well, and I can add a tag to this. So I'm going to add a tag for proposals. And if I create this tag, you'll see that I never used proposals before, but if I click it, now I have a page for proposals in my wiki, and this agreement has now been added to the page. So anyone else can find it when they look at proposals to see how we do proposals here. And so when I come down here, I also have some other important terms like dinner and funds that we might want to define. So if someone comes over here and they say, well, what's dinner? They can see that we've defined dinner as a term inside of the proposal. And so it's really easy to start converging on terms in a community, which is really important for collective sense making. And so you can see we have these agreements and funds and everything that we're going to do for this. But now when I come down to supporting work, I can actually grab this and I can do a couple of things. So I can create a task from this. You can see there's 2 bullets that are indented under here. And if I turn this into a task, those bullets are automatically pulled in. So you can outline your work and go. And what the cool thing is we don't have to do this all at once. So we could like go do this task and then come back and decide if we still want to do the rest of this stuff. But let's just say that these are pretty straightforward tasks. So I'm just going to quickly make all of them. So Command K, turn into task, and create all of those tasks. And now these tasks are in this document, which is great for this proposal because we can see everything that's going on, who's going to work on these and everything. But how do I know that these are in this doc? How do I know to find them? Well, Clarity automatically surfaces all the tasks that are created in this group anywhere to the task board for the whole group. So now we can all see that there are these 5 tasks. And when I click on them, I can see that they were created in this document. I can go look at that document to see what the context of the task is. And so, for example, I could now attach a reward to this, and we support mainnet as well as all these L2s, and then of course in test networks. And so you can basically drop in any token you want. If it's not here, you can add a contract address, and you can add a reward to this. So let's just say this is going to be 0.05 ETH. And so that gets added there. And now, because it's a rewarded task, it's going to automatically show up on our payout flow. So again, something that's like predefined in Clarity that you don't have to set up or maintain. You have an unclaimed task, a rewarded task in here. And as this moves through, you'll see all the tasks get moved through here. Then finally, you can export a CSV to pay. Very soon, we're going to have a Gnosis payout. We're also doing integrations with other payout providers so that you can easily pay out your contributors. And every group can pay them out on their own schedule. So you don't have to do like a DAO-wide coordination to pay out contributors. Each group has their own payout flow where they can do that. So like, let's say I have a bunch of these tasks, right? And maybe I have a bunch of these different agreements that are being formed, but they all sort of are underneath the umbrella of like setting up initial agreements. So I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna create a project. We're gonna, let's say this is season 0 because we're setting up our agreements. Create a project for, set up initial agreements. And now that I have this project, it exists on my project screen in this group. It also is automatically added to the roadmap. So now you can see that the general group is working on setting up initial agreements. So if I come over here, I can switch this over to a list view, and I can grab all of these tasks, Command K, add project, change parent, sorry, and set up initial agreements will be added. And now when I go to my project set up initial agreements, I see these subtasks here. And now let's say that for some reason we're going to need, maybe some help with content on this project. Well, we have a content pod, so why don't I come over here and create a group, and we're going to call it the content pod. And I'm just going to create that group right away, and I'm automatically in that group. So now if I come here and do a quick refresh to get that group in there, and now I'm here. Now the group does not have a project, does not have any tasks, but if I come over to that roadmap, open up this, I can add the group here on this, and I can start creating tasks for the content pods, like write Twitter thread about season 0. Let's just make an example. And now you can see that this is in the content. These are in general, so they have unique IDs for each group. And when I go to the content pod, I can now see that task here on this, and I can see it on this roadmap as well. And so I'm starting to get this single source of truth. We have one document, but everyone's looking at it from all different angles, and I can do anything I need from there. Now, if I was to assign myself this task, I would also start to see that, okay, I'm on this task, I'm also on this project. And now when I open up my work, I can see that I have tasks here that are for me to do, and I'm also involved in this project, setting up initial agreements. And so you have, like I said, a single source of truth for the entire community, and everyone gets their own views or whatever they need. And so, yeah, so that's like all the major stuff. We can also do, views where I can filter by all of this different metadata to say, like, maybe I want to see tasks that are due this week or overdue, and I can save those as filtered views. And I can either pin them to the home screen for everyone to see as a tile here, or I can actually add them to a group and create collections in a group and add pins there as well. So you can use this for bounty boards or anything else that you want to create. There's obviously so much more I could show you. I'll just do a quick run through of token gates. I think I have a little bit of time and I don't see any questions, so I'm going to keep going. And so here, this is, so you have the token native features like paying out. You also have roles, and roles, we have something called self-assignable roles. And so if I come over to the roles in my base, I have a full role-based permissions Discord style, so very flexible. I can pick any of these 20 abilities. I think we have more than 20 now, in order to craft my roles however I want. And one thing that I can do is I can actually come in here and I can add a self-assignable property, and I can add a requirement that's token-based, which means that someone can come in and give themselves this role. So maybe I'll say this is a season 2 member. And Dinner DAO has their season 2 passes out. So those are NFTs on mainnet. And if I search, these are indexed pulling from, I think, the OpenSea API. So we can just grab this minimum amount is 1. So now they have to have 1 season 2 pass, save and apply. Now when I go over to these, when I go over to the roles, you'll see that this requires 1 season 2 pass from DinnerDAO on mainnet. And I can click this to get to the Etherscan to see that exact token that I need to claim this role. And then
Would you have
finally,
a couple questions? Sorry.
oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you're good, man. This is amazing stuff. But did you want to just finish that last thought and then we could get into questions? Or
the only other thought I have to share is token gated documents. So you can apply those same token gates to the document. So now, even if people are not in this workspace, if I send them this link, they can comment or edit this doc if they have a DinnerDAO Season 2 pass. And then finally, you can set up a join page for your base, creates a public page that again can have the same token gate applied so that people can join the base if they have a Season 2 pass. And so token gates, and then this can be synchronized. So if you change the requirements for this base, it'll change it for all 3 of those uses. And you can obviously create, invite links, as many as you want with different requirements and distribute them. You can have expiration dates and all that. So tokens are like fully natively integrated into the product in many places. Yep, that's my demo. So I'm happy to do questions.
Wow, just want to say thanks because I remember you came to Metagame and I caught the previous version of Clarity and like, wow, version 2.0 is something else, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking amazing.
It's okay. The questions, we've got 3 in our Discord chat. The first one is, what is the story behind the name Clarity? Is the design informed by mindfulness in any way, as in achieving mental clarity? And that question's from Unipuff.
Great question. So when I first, I dropped out of college to create my first company, and that was a in the early Airbnb ecosystem. So our pitch was like, have you ever heard of Airbnb? And then we would like explain Airbnb, and then we would explain what we were building. And at the time, we were living in Airbnbs. We had to do it remotely. And so I was running a distributed team, which was a very weird thing to do at that time. So I had to come up with my own system for doing it. Later, I started doing product management and product design consulting for other companies that were trying to build remote product teams. And so I took that same system and brought it to those clients. And inevitably, somewhere around like a month into the project, someone would say on an all hands, like, hey, I just want to thank Richie for all the clarity he's brought to everything that we're doing here. And like, everyone knows like what's going on now, right? And so I was like, all right, well, that it just sort of happened over and over again. And then when we were creating the product, I was like, well, what's the emotion that you feel when you use the product? And we're like, well, everyone says it's clarity, so we'll just call it that for now. And it stuck. So far, that's the name.
It's an amazing story. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Okay, question number 2 comes from Miss Anth. And the question is, are there APIs for this? Is it closed source? I'm guessing he's asking if Clarity is open source.
So Clarity is not open source right now. We don't have any open public APIs, but we are like prototyping API endpoints with a small group of community developers. So if there's something that you would like to build based on Clarity, the data that we're providing there, and we have some like really interesting things where you can visualize contribution metadata and get like analytics on like how your contributor community is behaving. We're doing those experiments in a semi-private way, but everything that comes out of there is open source. So we're like funding these like micro grants to build open source things that use the data that comes out of Clarity, because that data is yours. And so like we're going to be running experiments to like also write a lot of this data to decentralized layers and other things so that you can take your reputation with you and you can take all that with you. And so right now we're looking for, a sort of a closer group to work with to sort of iterate on that and see what's valuable and see what we can do. And then we'll start opening up more broadly. So person who asked that question, if you're interested in that, reach out please and we can chat.
Okay, there's another question, but the person that asked it kind of feels like towards the end of that the last little bit you just showed in the demo, it feels like it's got half answered. But I'm still going to ask anyway. Is
Sure.
there a review system for documents?
Ooh, so review system could mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that actually. Sorry, it's gonna be hard to do the follow-up. So, okay, so review
No,
sync could mean like I create a doc and then I send it for changes to see if anyone else has suggested edits. We have inline commenting, so you can do like inline commenting with threads and all of that. We'll be making that more robust over time, so that you can have like even more robust sort of collaborative editing. But the whole app is real-time collaborative editing, like everything that you would expect. So yes, we have that, and then we also have a review step for like rewarded work, so that when you sort of like have work that you're going to get paid for, it goes through a minimum review process before you get approved for payment. And that's something that I think we need to build out even more. So yes, we do have different types of review systems depending on what you're looking for. But if that didn't answer your question, let me know.
Does it also have like versions? So if we have approved different revisions of a document
No, not
together?
yet. We don't have a version control yet, but that's actually really important. So we're looking into like the right way to do it. Obviously, it's like a huge thing, and so we're trying to find the right way to slice it so that we can get it out sooner without taking on like basically becoming Google Docs like as a small company.
Well, it looks amazing, and I definitely think it provides clarity. So I think the name fits, and very, very pretty and useful. As I said, it reminds me a lot of Notion. I know that it does different things, and it's definitely a much more friendly Web3 tool than Notion. Notion does too much other stuff, but this looks like all the core things, like the Kanban boards, and removes a lot of the questions and kind of process falters that people can get hung up on, and just makes it easier. So
we like to say that Notion's a great tool for building clarity. So a lot of people are prototyping clarity in Notion but we just give you the endpoint, and it's more consistent across communities because everyone didn't have to create their own, and that's really good for contributors.
definitely, thank you so much, Richie. It's amazing to meet you.
Yeah.
Amazing to see more about Clarity. And
Sweet.
where would
Thanks for
people
having me.
go to learn more and to help out?
So Clarity.so, and then in the app we have like a help menu that has different ways of contacting us. So depending on which is your preferred method, there's like 3 or 4 different ways to get in touch.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Ciao.
take care. Thanks.
Next up, we have the Meta Quests. We've got Pete. We've got Vid. Is Dan joining us today too? Maybe? Are you there,
think
Pete?
he's here, but apart from.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, he's here.
There he is.
There's Dan. Sweet. Welcome, guys. Thanks for joining us. MetaFest Tool Day. Quest
Thank you for
Explorer.
hosting us.
So
Alright.
tell us a little bit more about Quest Explorer. Who's been on the team? What's the progress? What are we looking at? Take
We're
us away,
starting
please.
with this. Oh yeah, going. It started with Paco. He was once active in metagame, and then he disappeared, and then other people picked it up, fortunately, and got it across the finish line. I will share my screen. So for those who haven't been here before, this is the metagames community dashboard. And it shows like what kind of the latest content, the podcast, what's on the YouTube channel, your XP calendar, stuff like that. And just to give a quick shill of the dashboard, like it's cool. You can move things around. It was built by this cool guy Vid that's also here. And the idea is that other people will be building their own widgets and custom Web3 integrations to make it more useful for what they want to use the dashboard for. So this is just the first iteration. But yeah, going on. So in metagame, you had the chance to see the My Meta profiles, which was the first product that we built. And then you had, okay, you open the website, you scroll down, you like the idea, and then you decide to make a profile. And then after that, the quests were actually in Notion, which is not a great user experience to have the questing system in. So we built this little thing. Take this test quest. Let's do another test quest. New quest. Hello, test quest. Little demo thingy. Link, you can specify whether it's a personal quest, so it can be so it's not for a project, but something that you want done for yourself, whether it's a recurring quest or whether it's a unique quest. So recurring quest, we have things like sharing one of the articles that we have written, or anything that can be completed by many people many times. So like if you set it to recurring, then you also need to set a cooldown. So this is cool for having things that would be useful for people from the community to do on a regular basis. And then here, if your project is a part of metagame, you select it here. You select what kind of skills you need for completing the quest and what kind of roles are required. And let's say it's just like this. You create a quest. Quest is created. And then you can be the same person that completes the quest, or somebody else comes here and claims this quest. What did you do? I completed it, I promise. And you share a link. So this will need a few more fields, but this is just the first version. So let's no, LOL. Going on. Claiming to complete the quest, and then this quest here, you can see, okay, this person proposing that they have completed the quest. And then if you like this solution, you click accept submission. Here you want to accept this submission? I do. And then I'm not sure if I shared just the window or the full screen. Are you seeing this as well? No, you are not. So I will just gonna change this real quick. So in metagame, you're using a thing called source cred, which is used for tracking contributions to metagame. And then whenever somebody does something useful, there's this channel that's called did a thing, where people post what they did. And there's also this channel where you post when somebody else does something cool and you want them to be recognized. So whenever somebody does something here, you click an emoji, and this generates XP, and then based on the XP that's generated, they get rewarded in tokens. So what happened when the quest was completed is that this little metagame bot decided to bridge the quest completion over here. So now people can see, okay, Pete has completed this quest, and we can give him emoji so he can actually get rewarded. So that's our weird system of rewarding contributions. There's no like fixed payments, at least not yet. And yeah, what we recognized that besides this normal questing system, we wanted to have these different paths. So like a builder's path or a designer's path. So when you start joining metagame, you don't go like straight from, if you have a profile, okay, now go build something. But there's this sort of introduction of like, okay, first you go read the documentation, then you go do something else, and then something else. And this sort of gently transitions us to the quest chains that Vid and Dan 13 have been working on, which would come in handy for these sort of onboarding paths, not just for metagame, but for other projects as well. So yeah, that's all I have to share. And yeah, now you can hear from Vid and Dan. Oh, and Betty joined as well. Nice. Stop sharing.
Okie dokie, I'll continue with, I'll just share the entire screen because I then prepared a couple of states, so we won't have to wait for confirmations of transactions. Couple of months ago, we attended a hackathon where we built a similar thing as we already have in metagame, but we wanted to approach it in such a way that we would make it possible for various applications to integrate the system that we're building, the questing system, while also creating a platform for questing on its own. We first called it DogQuest, but then we renamed it to Quest Chains. And we quickly go through it. Basically, we're building, like I said, a platform where questers and quest chain creators can both participate. One can create quests and quest chains. The others can then complete them. And by completing them, they are awarded with NFTs, which showcase their skills, which are then displayed in the profile gallery. So one can by continuously completing these questions accumulate the rewards, and by that build up their profile, which they can use to showcase their skills in various communities. We have set up a bunch of different roles. So some kind of hierarchy can be set up, which is mainly for maintenance reasons. We have owners and admins, which are basically the same, but the owners can decide whether they want to be the sole owner. All of these roles are bound to addresses, or if they want multiple owners for whatever reason, we just wanted to have the roles be as flexible as possible. Then we have editors who are able to, as the name says, edit the quests and quest chains, and reviewers who are basically able to only review the submissions for quests, meaning they can accept or reject them. Yeah, we have these questers, and these are the people who are trying to complete all the quests or quest chains. We have built it with Graph, IPFS, Next.js, and Chakra UI. So let's see the app itself. When we enter, we we can see the page with questions. We can search through them, but currently we just have to, because we have recently updated the contracts, which meant that the easiest thing to do would be just to wipe all the data clean. They then has prepared two questions. For example, this is the first one, where we just have one quest. If we are not either an admin or an owner or editor or a reviewer of this particular quest chain, we're able to upload a proof, write a description, and upload a file. We can just upload it, submit it. Then we need to confirm the transaction, which uploads the file to IPFS. But maybe we shouldn't wait now. Just let's continue because it will take a while. Then the person, whoever is an admin or an owner or a reviewer or an editor, gets a notification that they have a new submission for review. They can then review the submission by doing pretty much the same as the one who uploads a proof, by writing, okay, that's some good proof, and attaching a file if they want so, and accepting it, or saying that's shit and rejecting it, or whatever. Once all of the submissions have been accepted, the person who has submitted these proofs and got all of the proofs accepted can mint an NFT. Again, they have to, of course, confirm the transaction. And once the transaction has gone through, they can see their newly acquired NFT, which we call a badge, in their profile. I mean, most of the functionality is there. As you can see, the profiles don't look really nice yet. There's some stylistic work that still needs to be done, and some functionality is still not completely there, but most of the features we have completed. The next steps in our application. Oh wait, there's one more thing. Haven't shown you the creation process yet. So one can create a quest chain. Quest chain consists out of quests which are all encapsulated in this particular quest chain. We have made it so that they are not blocking each other, so it doesn't matter in which sequence you finish them. But we might as well create a new type of quest chain at one point, which has these sequential quests. Anyways, we can select the name of the quest chain. We can add admins, editors, and reviewers by adding an address. And then we have a description which supports Markdown. So once we create the question, I'm again not going to create it because we would have to wait for the transaction to be complete. But once we create it, once we access the creation screen, I mean the screen of the created question, if we are either an admin or an owner, just let me change to the account that is actually the admin or the owner. Here we can then add quests to it by selecting a name and writing a description, and then going through a transaction, and then the quest will appear here. We can also edit it, and the description also supports Markdown. So yeah, this is basically an app. I mean, in a nutshell, I have presented you all the functionality that we already have right now. The next step would be to enable an SDK or an API for either exporting of components or making available the calls to fetch the data or manipulate the same data in other applications. Because, for example, the need to create this stemmed out of me taking over the development of where Paco, who Pete mentioned before, left off with the questing system in metagame. So once we implement the SDK or API, we will return back to metagame and implement the questing system as we have built it in this platform in metagames. But because of the styling, the visual aspect of this application that we have right here, compared to metagame, which is not matching, we figured it would make most sense to just enable the transportation of the functionality without the shell or like the visual aspect into any kind of application. And by making it as flexible as possible, we are aiming or trying to provide various different organizations a tool which they can use to create either courses or onboarding, also courses, but more directed towards DAOs. I think this is pretty much it. Then have I forgot something?
You covered most of it. Looks good. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Do you have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? Did anything not make sense? Nice. Everything made sense.
Okay, I like the UI. It looked really cool. I think it's come a long way. It's a great job. Thanks for showing us.
Thanks. This is mostly Betty and Dave's work.
Yeah, I really, really like it. So I like Yeah, I really like the UI and the color scheme, and the I can see a lot of attention to detail when it went into making this. It's really, really good. I like it.
Mm, do you think it's gonna be usable by? I mean, do you think that people will actually use it once all of the remaining mm, features are implemented? Do you see it being used?
I don't see why not. I mean, I'll definitely give it. I'll definitely try it once I can. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna use it. We are gonna use it.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, well,
So
Metagame's gonna be the first one, no matter what.
there's a question. Can anyone make a quest, or do you have to be approved or added to a list to make quests?
Anyone can log in with their wallet, connect with their wallet, and create a quest as long as they have sufficient funds. We have enabled so far the XDAI, Ringbee, and Mumbai network. I think these are the three that are enabled, and it's pretty cheap to create a quest. But yeah, most of the transactions or actions, like editing, adding a quest, reviewing, and yeah, pretty much anything, costs something because everything is then stored on chain, which means that it's decentralized, but at the same time, it's a bit slow compared to how it would be if we used a centralized storage system. But I think it's more about the idea, and at the end, it's not that big of a difference waiting for that transaction to be complete. Yeah, so anyone can join in and create the quests. Dan, you unmuted yourself, but it seems like you're not saying anything.
Yeah, just to add to what Ved said, anybody can create a quest chain, but then once you create a question, you can set roles to the members of your DAO or the group, the community you represent, and those people can add quests, edit them, and review submissions, etc. But yeah, not anybody can come and add quests to the existing quest chain. Only the people who have permissions to do so would be able to.
Is there anything left? Otherwise, I think I'm done with the presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Keith, Dan, do you have anything left?
Not really. No.
Okay. Well, awesome. Thank you guys so much for showing us the questing platform.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys for hosting us.
Thank you.
So next up, we'll have Raj with Bipso. So they'll start in about 10 minutes. I think we will talk a little bit about Gitcoin and remind everyone about all the great grants that are going on right now. So you can support all the wonderful things that are happening in the ecosystem and great projects by donating to Gitcoin Ground. So Gitcoin Round 14 is going on right now. So any donations that you contribute to will have significant fund matching if they are within the criteria. So definitely go out there, check out the metagame, Gitcoin Grant, Luminous Village. We've had a few other great causes come on. So definitely go there, look up Gitcoin.co, go to the grants, and find some causes that you resonate with and people that you want to support. A few dollars to the Gitcoin grants can go a long way. And with quadratic funding, that means that every person that donates has a multiplicative effect on the amount that's given. So by giving $1 to $10, you can significantly contribute to a project. And a lot of these projects are supported by public funding. such as Gitcoin. So I definitely urge you to go out and support some of the infrastructure and DAO projects that are out there. So Gitcoin is in round 14 until the 23rd. So you have 10 days left to go and support any of those grants. So thank you. I also want to give another big shout out to my mother. It's her birthday again today. So I know you're out there watching, Mom. Thank you. Hey, Keith, you still there?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to see
Happy
this
birthday
shirt?
to your mom. What did you say?
Have you ever seen this shirt that I'm wearing right now? My penguin shirt that I
No.
wear. So, obviously you've seen my icon before, right?
Nice.
I've got my own shirt. I got it from one of the Meta Factory drops. We had a Metaverse Music Festival last year towards December, I believe, maybe January, and the actual shirt implementation came from Syncus. We originally created some art, and Syncus reached out to a whole bunch of different artists and said, "Hey, do you want to be part of the Crypto Voxels project that I'm doing? I'm going to take all the art that people have made and I'm going to turn it into wearables." And so this was some of the first wearables that I knew of on Crypto Voxels. And he split half of the money with everyone that had made art. And so his goal was to make 100 different Vox tees. And then the goal was then to make them into real shirts. So during the Metaverse Music Festival, we actually made a few of them into real shirts. So we made Easy in Crypto's Hawaiian shirt, which has got a volcano and some palm trees, and it's super cool. I'll show you that one maybe later. And then an alien one we did, and then my penguin one was one of them that we did. So it's like one of my favorite shirts. I love this one. One of the other cool shirts.
Recognizable.
Yeah.
Nobody can mistake you now.
Well, it's funny when my whole family wears them too. We'll go out to the store and be like a group of penguins. Yeah, I mean, being part of a DAO is like all about expressing yourself and getting stuff done and being part of a duocracy. I think that the Quest board and the way Source Credit is set up really promotes people getting stuff done and taking initiative. So big props to getting the Quest stuff this far. It looks great. And I think we saw the meta profiles earlier, my meta. So those were really great. We've come a long way. What have we learned from this season? Is there any kind of takeaway knowledge that we want to pass on to young Octos or people in Web3 that are learning about DAOs that want to get involved?
Takeaways from this season. It's a good question. I haven't done my seasonal reflection yet.
Well, it's coming up.
What?
I said it's coming up.
Yeah. I'd say one of the things is like being clearer on commitments when people are wanting to do something and doing something to like just make sure that when a project is starting, there's a clear line of commitments and that the person who is starting the project is too committed to see it through until the end, and that they know like whether there's enough people to handle everything, or if not, that it's known like what's needed, things like that. Because how the DAO space is usually super like action oriented. We usually just go and do shit, and then sometimes things don't work out as great.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I've learned, and that is critical to success, is the somebody, anybody, nobody, which is directly what you're talking about. And with people being so busy, if there's not a commitment or a duty to get something done, and you kind of are relying on someone else to get something done, or there's no direct responsibility or duty defined, then it's harder to um, get anything done because no one's accountable. So someone else thinks that other people are going to be completing or working on something, and instead there's no one. So the one big folly of Moloch is somebody, anybody, nobody. So that means that after you thought somebody might do it, then it ends up being that nobody ended up doing it. So tightening the chain of what is expected and who is doing it is a big part of organizing our time and being an effective coordinator and being effective in an organization. So yeah, definitely time management and coordination of human capital is one of the most important parts of DAO life. So we saw that with Clarity. The big part that Clarity provided to us is removing a lot of the questions around how people should process, organize, and review tracks. We saw the quest system, which allowed people to directly put up bounties and quest lines for different learning experiences. We saw the profiles, which help track some of that. I think next we're talking to Bipso. So I'm excited to learn more about what they do and how their tooling supports DAOs. But I did take a look at them, and it looks pretty cool. I'll let Raj tell us more about it soon. But yeah, I definitely want to give a big thanks to the people of Metafest making this happen. It's big thanks to Bogey. Big thanks to Unipuff, and I'm your host Penguin. Big thanks to everyone out there in the mod staff. So Miss Anth, Pete, everyone that's presented. Thanks everyone for coming and helping out. It's wonderful to see you all. This is one of my favorite holidays of the year where we do MetaFest. It's a lot of work, but I love it. Love hanging out with all of you guys, getting the best in our field together to hang out and share what we've been working on. So, yeah, we've got Raj backstage, so he should be out soon. Let's see.
And thank you, Penguin. Thank you. It's been a long time since Intercon.
Yeah, we've come a long way. I think Intercon was the first virtual conference I went to. We did it shortly after COVID started, and yeah, we're still doing them. Is the third.
Very well attended before people got fed up with all the virtual conferences during the COVID era. The very first one.
Yeah, I think we're still doing them pretty well. Like the core part of what we've done is we're not sponsored. We don't have any paid speaker slots. Everyone that's here, we're personally invited, and it's coming to you because we think that you should hear what they're saying. So every one of our speakers and guests is hand selected. So we really appreciate everyone's time coming out with us and being part of the community rather than this being just another virtual conference.
Amen. And welcome Raj in the lobby.
Hey Raj, how's it going?
There we go.
You have to unmute.
Damn, sorry. Hi.
There we go. Hello. How's your day going?
Going good, really good. We launched a new product today.
Oh, awesome. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Well, you want to tell us a little bit more about yourself and about Bipso?
Yeah, sure. Sure. So Webso, uh, Webso is a workspace for communities, right? Like in one line, if I had to explain you, It is a workspace for communities. Now, ideally, what happens in workspaces is right. Like there's an admin or there's one guy who is managing the entire workspace. But then when it comes to communities, right? So in communities, you want everyone's involvement. You want that everyone can uh, express themselves. They can add, or they can even suggest some changes, right? Like that's what a community is. Like community should be able to do all this thing. But then with a normal workspace, be it Notion, be it Google Doc, you can't do it because uh, first thing is there's an access barrier that you need to give access to all the emails, and if there are 10,000 people in a community, you literally can't give access to everyone, right? And you can't keep on changing those accesses with whenever someone joins or someone is leaving. And if you keep it open, if you keep the workspace open, then there's a high chance that someone might just misbehave, or they can just delete everything. They could add something which is irrelevant, which just adds a lot of task for any community manager, or any community in general. So this is something that Bipso solves. With BIP, you have a Git enabled workspace, which means that every member of a community can collaborate. But again, these changes uh, are restricted by a layer of moderation. That means that all the changes that you do needs to be accepted by someone. Only then those changes will go live. So this is the basic gist about web.so, and I'm a community member at web.so, and I help them with all the outreach part, and I talk about it because I'm just a fan of it. Uh, yeah, that's about me. Do you want me to show a demo, or
Yes, yes, that'd be great to see a demo, and yeah, the floor is yours.
awesome? I'll just share my screen. Give me one minute. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Awesome. So this is what BIP looks like when you come to the home page. Like over here, you see all the studios. We go to Explore Studios. So over here, we call a server, a Discord server, as a studio, and a document as a canvas. Because a canvas is something where everyone could paint, everyone could share their ideas, and yeah, that's about it. So these are all the communities which are using Web.so. ENSDAO is there, Pip.so is there, Questbook, Super Team, Mesh Finance, DH, Nordstar. Like there's a lot of, there's even metagame over here. Even metagame is using Bibdot so very efficiently. Let's go to metagame. Right. So right now over here, if you see, here are all the guilds and here are all the documents that metagame is written. So now what happens is, so let's say this is the document that someone has written in metagame. So if I want to edit this document, what I can do is I can just click over here. Okay. There's only comment access. So let me go to some other doc where there's an edit access. So I'll be able to show that. Yep. Here is a doc. Discord rules. This doc is called Discord rules. So here I can just click. I can start making any changes. So once you click, right, there are the two things that has happened. First thing is there's a personal draft here, and then here you see a merge button. So now what happens is you are editing in a personal draft, right? So what that means is now whatever changes I do, let's say I'm writing here something. So whatever changes I do, something for meta test, whatever changes I do stays in my personal draft, right? It's not added to the parent doc. Like if I go to the parent doc, you will see it is still this, but when I go to draft, you will see that there are certain changes in the draft, which means that only I can see those changes. And once I click on this merge request, there will be a merge request which will go to the admin of this particular doc. And let's say I can write anything over here, something like a demo. And once I click on merge request, the merge request will be created. And now the admin of this doc will get a notification over here that someone has created a merge request. And I, as a person, can choose to either, okay, let's say this is this is a request, right? This is an access request. Okay, this is an access request. Let me show you a merge request. So, yeah. Again, I don't have merge request right now, but yeah, basically, what will happen? What will happen with merge request is the admin will get a notification with all these changes highlighted, and he can choose to either accept or delete this change. If he accepts, these changes will be added to the parent doc. If he deletes, then these changes will be deleted. So now what benefit it provides is that since this workspace is connected with your Discord, right, you can see who all is making changes. Like you can see that these are the changes that are created by me. But let's say if I show you this doc, so you over here you will see that this particular block is added by this guy. This block is added by this guy, and likewise all the blocks are added by different guys. So over here you can see an aggregated view that in this particular canvas, these are the people who have contributed. This is the percentage of their contribution. So this helps you give an holistic view of what your community is, who all are contributing to your community, and who all has contributed to a particular doc, right? So this is one thing, and then there is this permissions flow, where you can see that all the roles from your Discord, right? They are just imported over here. So whenever you add a new role on your Discord, it will be reflected. It will reflect over here. If you're deleting a role from Discord, it will be removed from you. Likewise, if you add new members, let's say this particular role, it has this many members. So if you add any new members on this role in Discord, it will be reflected over. Basically, it will sync on its own. And so now every canvas, right? They have these four permissions: view, reply, edit, and moderate. So what this means is the view permission means that a person can only view a particular doc. Reply means that there's a comment feature. We'll explore it. So you can reply on that particular doc. Like you can't edit, you can't do anything. You can just reply. Edit means you can make all the changes you want, but then at the end you will need to create a merge request. Moderator means you are like the moderator of this particular canvas, and now you can make any changes and you can directly merge it. You don't need to create a request. That's what a moderator is. So now the benefit of this is that you can give different permission to different rules. Let's say view permission to this rule and then edit permission to this rule. This will mean that people who are having these rules, right, will be able to edit the doc, and people who are having these rules will only be able to see the doc. So now you are seeing how it's helping that your entire community can contribute, and you can basically gate who all can contribute. You can restrict the contribution based on rules in your Discord. So this is one of the core features of Bit. And yeah, the another thing is you can even create a role here, over here. Like let's say a demo role. Okay, demo is already built. So let's say MetaFest. So this MetaFest role is created, and now I can add this guy. I can add this guy, and let's say create role. Once I click on create role, that role is created. You can see over here MetaFest role is created. It has two members, and now I can give all the permissions to this particular role. So this is really helpful when you're having a huge guild and you want to give permissions for certain tasks to certain members, right? You can just, and you don't want to create a Discord role, but still you want to give them certain special permission. So this thing comes really handy at that point of time. And yeah, this is a permissions flow. You can tweak it, you can play around with it as you want. Like for different roles you can give different permissions, and likewise. And then another interesting feature is that you can even there is obviously this emoji reaction, but other than that you can basically select any part of your canvas. Let's say I will select these two words, and I can choose to add comments over here. Let's say I'm adding something. If I do that and if I post, now there's a comment. Right? It's just like you would see it on Notion or on Google Doc. There's a comment. So now anyone can come and just reply. I can even tag people from Discord. Like I will write at the rate, and this is the list of all the people from Discord. So I can tag anyone, and that guy will get a notification. Let's say I will tag my friend half round, post it, and he will get a notification. So he'll get a Discord notification, so he'll know that someone has tagged him over here. Another exciting feature. Okay, any questions before we go ahead? Anything you want to ask before before we explore other features of BIP? No questions. Awesome. I'll continue. So yeah, another thing is that you can click on this, and you can see over here. You will see this translate canvas option. So with this, you can literally translate to whatever language you want. Like there are probably all the languages are included over here. So let's say Afrikaans. Like don't know the languages. Now you can click on auto translate, and it will start translation. It will get a notification over here when your doc is translated. So it will look something like this. Over here you can see all these docs. It's translated in different languages. So this one is in Spanish. This one is in French. And then there's also an option to compare with English, right? Compare with the original version. So you can check that if any changes are made in this or this, it will be reflected. You will see those changes, and it will be highlighted, and you can choose to sync those changes. So this makes your life very easier, because in a DAO or in a community, right? People join from various cultures. So there's a huge probability that people will be from different communities or different countries. So they might not understand English as efficiently as someone else would. So this comes in very handy that you don't need to do anything. You can get all your languages over here itself. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to use Google Translate or anything for that matter. Another really cool feature is that if I go to Discord, and if I'm going to Questbook, let me go to Questbook. Yeah, here it is. And now I'll go to any channel, and I can say I can go here, and there's this option called Bipmark. So once I Bipmark, okay, so now this is only sent to me, so entire community is not spam. When I do the Bipmark, and now when I go to Bip, now when I'm doing this thing, right? Let's say double slash. So now I can see that entire message over here. That entire message from Discord is simply copied over here, and I can just say paste. And the person who has literally wrote that message will get the attribution. So this is really helpful when, as a community manager, there are certain conversations happening in the Discord, but then you want to give them a proper structure, right? Because in Discord, it is really hard to. It's too much of noise in Discord, so it's really hard to identify good conversation. So this is really helpful when we are doing something like that. So yeah, we also have this import feature where that you could import a canvas, something like this. Like you can click over here, you can import a Notion doc, click on Notion, and you can directly paste your Notion file over here, Notion markdown file, and it will be reflected on web. It's that easy to migrate your uh, canvases, migrate your documents from any other workspace to web. So yeah, this is web for you. So let me know if you have any questions, suggestions, or anything. Open for it.
Yeah, we had a couple questions. So
Sure.
Ms. Nth asked two questions. So one of them, is there a way to process individual blocks for third-party dApps? And the second one were plans for wallet integrations.
What do you mean by individual blogs? Like, I'm not able to get the context. Can you please double click over there
So
so
I
that I get.
believe that he's talking possibly about indexing for outside dApps, and how does your app sync with outside contracts?
Outside contracts in the sense like other blogs, Like let's say you want to write a blog from, you want to import a blog from Notion, then there are these embeds over here which you can use. Other than that, like everyone could come. Like I'll show this thing over here. Yep, developer journey, right? So this doc, anyone could come and write a new doc, right? Like I can just start writing a new doc and there will be a publish request. So just like this merge request, there will be a publish request. So anyone can also publish a doc, and an admin has all the rights to accept or reject those publish requests. So now you are giving basically your entire community documentation could stay over here, because everyone in your community can write whatever they want. Like you could have a hobby doc where everyone from your community is writing about their hobby every week, or writing whatever they love every week. You can have something like that. I hope I'm getting the context correctly. Is it what is it the question? Like, did I answer it?
Yeah, yes, I definitely think that the integration of these outside apps is what the question is addressing.
Yeah. And to answer our second question, uh, when will we have wallet integration? We are planning wallet integration as we speak. Since going on chain will require a lot of integrations, a lot of architectural changes. We are still figuring out the best way to do that. But till then, what you can do is, like if you see Collablend, right? What Collablend does is Collablend simply creates a new rule when you connect your wallet. So now once that role is created, right? So now what you can do is you can give permissions to that specific role. Whatever permissions you want to give, you can go to that role, and since it is connected with Discord, it will act as a proxy of your wallet connect. So till then, this is a simple, I would say, turnaround for Wallet Connect. Like it gives you same functionalities, but yeah, we are definitely exploring how we can add a Connect Wallet option very efficiently. I hope that answers.
Yeah, I think the other part of the question is also about integration with apps and how it integrates with other on-chain applications. Does it
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, you were saying.
does it integrate with on-chain applications currently?
For now, no. For now, it doesn't integrate with any other on-chain application, since the application itself is not on-chain. But yeah, going forward, we'll make sure that it is very composable, and there are APIs to use it with other on-chain applications. But for now, it's just limited to Web.so.
Okay, yeah, that definitely answers the rest of that question. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Anything else?
No, that's all the questions that I have right now.
Awesome, awesome. Love it. Like I love how metagame is using bib.so. So thanks for having me here, and I'll quickly share about the new product we have launched today itself. Like today we have launched a community discovery platform called Truts, which it is something like this. It looks something like this, where you can come and review and add a review for any community. Like let's say there's metagame also. Yeah, there's metagame here. So what you can do is we have all the details about metagame here, a small description of what it does, its community and social information. So all the metagame members, they could come and add a review of their experience about metagame, which will help other people to know how metagame is as a community, how it is as a DAO, so that they can make the decisions whether they should join a metagame or not. So this is something that we have launched, and we are working greatly towards this. So yeah, I request all of you to please come and add reviews for all the communities you are part of, so that it helps other new people in Web 2 to make the right decision on which communities to join in Web 3. Yep, that's about it from mine.
Very cool, very cool. I really like the trust system too. Uh, where did that name come from for the new product?
For Truts, right? So it's basically We are doing like hold. You have hold and hurdle, build and biddle, right? So we're in trust and truts. We are just swapping the last two alphabets. Plain and
Very
simple.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh snap! I've got one more question coming hot from the main stage. Is it possible to write in bip.so and present the content on a website? This question is coming from Nick.
Yeah, sure. So I'll show you one thing. Yeah, over here. So what you can do is you can go to Canvas and you can write in the URL. You can write public. And now what you will see is we'll see a cleaner view. So this could be used as your documentation for APIs, right? Like for actually showing it on your website, we are working on the API part. But for now, what we offer is like if you want to have a custom domain, so this entire domain could be changed into something like docs.metagame.com if you want. But that is available only on personal request because we are still figuring out an architecture for the general application. I hope that answers.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah.
I seem to be having a little bit of technical difficulty with my camera.
Haha. It's not a good session if you don't have any technical difficulties.
Yeah.
You always have some difficulty.
Yeah, I'll definitely be able to fix my camera soon. Thank you so much for showing us Bipso. I think one of my favorite features that I saw was the ability to import from Notion. I think
Yeah,
the and the multi-language support as well. Um, I think that it's so important to remember that these communities are international and that the tools are supposed to be interoperable as well. So, having the ability to import from one platform and into another one and kind of support what people are already doing and improving that is key to adoption and success. So, awesome work. I love,
awesome,
yeah,
awesome.
I love the ability to rate and show trust in different communities. I think that that's really important in the trustless space too, is to have some kind of ability to see who else trusts an organization and build up some kind of review system that is supported by people and engagement rather than marketing or who can make the best ad.
Yeah. Like these reviews are totally on chain, and then only people who are part of a Discord community can post review. Like if I'm not part of a Discord community, I can't post a review, which is not there in Web2 applications. Like in Web2 things, anyone could come and add reviews however they want to. But on threads, you can only post a review if you are part of that community's Discord. So that incentivizes a person to join a community.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Zem, are you there?
Hey, yeah,
Awesome.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. I'm
Great.
sorry, my camera seems to have stopped working for me. We're going to now turn the floor over, Raj, from Bipso to coordinate. Thank you so much for showing us Bipso. Make sure you
Thank
post
you.
the links in the guest show links and in the main stage. Miss Anth just posted the links. Um, where should we go to learn more about Bipso? Is the website the best place to learn more, or
Yeah.
Discord?
Website is the best place, and you can feel free to join the community. I'll share the link to Discord community for Vipso. That would be
Excellent.
awesome.
Thank you so much, Raj.
Awesome. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to Zem from Coordinate. Zem is one of the leaders. I originally spoke to him about a year ago when we were setting up Coordinate Circle. So he's been instrumental in the process for a long time. Welcome very much. welcome Zen. Thank you very much for your assistance in DAO tooling. Could you introduce yourself a little bit and tell us more about Coordinate?
Sure. Yeah. Good to see you again, Penguin. And this looks like amazing programming. I'm psyched to listen to many of these talks today. So yeah, for sure. So I am a contributor to DAOs. I kind of got into crypto in like 2018, and was making NFTs and doing various things, and started contributing in DeFi Summer to a few different protocols. And one of those protocols was Yearn Finance, where I was really just making art and hanging out. But some of my friends from real life were also hanging out there in more impactful ways, like Tracheopteryx and Zach. And we realized that there was like a real problem with the sort of like fundamental sort of DAO fomented role of contributor, which is this kind of open sort of individual that might want to do some work for the DAO, often with their own kind of like self-management practice and in their own way, such as, maybe somebody wants to make a video about a new vault, or somebody wants to actually, do some strategy work or something like that. But there's no like hiring funnel or anything like that kind of like sits before that and talks about how they're going to get paid to do that all the time. And that was happening at Yearn. There was a lot of excitement and a lot of people contributing in various ways, and the protocol had some funds and wanted to be able to distribute funds to them. But how to do that was kind of mysterious. There was like a committee for a while, and they would kind of give out grants, and they were appreciated, but they were never very efficient in some ways. Like the sense was that they missed a lot of things, or they didn't really know how to value things. Right? Like, is that meme worth $500 or $700 or $1,000? Like, there's no like easy heuristic to figure that out. So we thought about this for a while and determined that one way that we could go about this was to really have the community decide that on their own. And that kind of gave birth to Coordinate, which was a app that we really built just for Yearn's purposes at first, which basically allowed anyone that was in the Yearn contributor community to kind of vote by sending a fake token called Give to their colleagues. And the outcome of that vote over a period of time would then become percentages of a overall contributor budget that would be distributed. So we built it there, and pretty quickly found that other DAOs wanted to use it too, and started to think about how we could spin it out and make it its own kind of DAO tool product, which is what it's become. So we now have a core team of around 14 people, developers, designers, people that are working on research and various things to kind of build out this product and think about where we can take it. I think that core mechanic of kind of being in the gift mentality and using kind of outside in approaches to determining compensation structures, is a kind of like conceptual primitive that can really go in a lot of different directions. And Coordinate's there to kind of research that and build out the product and see where it can go. So yeah, that's the kind of short. Maybe I was thinking like maybe it would make sense for me to just quickly demo the product, like maybe do like 10 minutes of just kind of showing how the app works, and then I can talk a little bit about some of the vision that we have for where Coordinate might go from here, and then any questions or any open conversation. Does that sound pretty good?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome. All right, let me see if I can do a screen share. Okay, let me know if you can see what's on my screen.
I can.
Okay, great. So this is our new homepage. We just shout out to Sasha. We just launched this, I think, in the last 24 hours. So lots to see there, but I'll skip over it for now. So Coordinate is an off-chain app. It connects to Web3 authentication via MetaMask or other wallets. But currently, there's actually no contracts involved. It's all kind of database driven. We did that kind of purposely because when we spun this up, we wanted to iterate really fast. I think our first 6 months of doing epochs at Yearn and a few other DAOs, our kind of early beta partners, we were making big changes really quickly. So we really did everything off chain, and we have a kind of plan to decentralize it and bring it on chain, in the future as we start to feel like it's become refined. So let me jump into a test circle. Okay, so when you're a contributor in Coordinate and you get invited into one of these circles, essentially the premise is that there's going to be a period of time called an epoch, during which you and your colleagues can vote on contributions that have happened and compensate each other in that way. So the first step is usually to tell your team what you've been working on this epoch. So I'll say docs, design, legal. How about that? And then you can decide if you want to be opt-in or opt-out. Opt-in means that you are eligible to receive give. Opt-out means that you are not eligible to receive give, but you can still vote for other people's give. So, for some teams that have, various people on the team that may not be a contributor, they might be more like a salaried individual, or they might be on some kind of grant where compensation sits outside of Coordinate, but still gives them the chance to participate without receiving give. So I'll be opt-in. Let's save my settings. And then you get to see all your teammates here. We use this for testing, so it looks a little bit wonky, but you can see that there's quite a few individuals in this particular circle, which means that they're individuals that have been brought into the circle either by an admin or by a process called vouching, which allows the circle to kind of define its own boundaries and for members of the circle to invite new members in using a kind of like very simple voting mechanism. So these folks are all here to either receive give or just to vote. So here, if you have a pretty large DAO, it can be useful to go through this list and decide, I worked with MetaDreamer and Lawrence and Jake this month. I didn't really work with Alex or Crap Singer. So I'm going to call that my team for this month. You can adjust this at any time during the epoch. And then you get to actually allocate. So by default, every member of a Coordinate circle gets 100 give to allocate. And the give is an off-chain just entry in a database. It's not a real token. And you get to distribute those out to your colleagues here according to your assessments of their work. So you may think that Jake was awesome, he deserves 9, and Xrezo was even better, he deserves 30. And you can also leave notes. Thank you for developing Coordinate. And sort of give some sense as to why you think their work was valued. And that's actually a great feature that, as somebody working on the protocol, but also somebody that uses Coordinate a lot, it's really, really nice to get notes from your colleagues. Often that becomes really definitional on how I think about my own work in the DAO. What's working, what people really care about that I'm doing. Maybe I'll do something and nobody will comment on it, and that'll become kind of like soft feedback that it's not the right direction, etc. And this is an area that we're going to work on a lot in the app in coming releases. So, at this point, I've given away, 39 give, and I can choose to save the allocations and leave it there. I can come back at any time and change it. And until the epoch timer runs out, this is kind of like open allocation period, and I can just adjust until I'm happy with where I'm at. And so during the epoch, you can also do kind of sense making about what's going on in the DAO. So in this test circle, I can take a look at the map at any time and get a sense of the flow of give across the organization. And we think this is important for a few reasons. One of them being kind of like the ability to kind of visualize your DAO. You can get a sense of like what everybody's working on and what they consider their skills to be, and see how allocations pile and pool along those lines. It's also a good way to like kind of check the kind of like heuristics of how give is flowing across the ecosystem. So if there's like little pods of people that might be just giving to each other, you can kind of take note of that and kind of like work to correct it, et cetera, over time. We find that that DAOs often like go through this period of kind of like finding their way in terms of using the tool. So setting up kind of guidelines or informing contributors about best practices for giving and kind of sense making around like the outcomes of these things and adjusting a little bit. So the map really helps with that. And in a nutshell, that is Coordinate. So once the allocation period is over, if you're an admin, you can export a CSV, and that basically gives you a percentage that is owed to each member based on the total give that they've received. That you can turn into an actual USDC distribution or your native token or whatever it is that you want to be sending around. That is about it. Like a few interesting like kind of bells and whistles in here are that you can enable this vouching mechanic, which is a way, like I said, for the circles to kind of control their own entry point. So in this test circle, it takes 2 vouches to add a new member to the circle, and the nomination period is open for 14 days. That means that if any 2 people that are in the circle currently want to nominate and then vouch for a new member, then they'll automatically get into the circle. So you see, you see some circles that are very, very, like challenging to get into, or it takes a lot of vouches to get in, and almost everybody in the circle has to agree to bring somebody else in to receive budget, and others that are quite open. And it seems to be a mechanic that people appreciate and use sometimes. Although we still have admin control that allows anything to be done just by the admin. So if you want, you can, being an admin, just delete somebody, or you can add somebody new in, etc., to kind of keep your circle healthy. So I think that's about it, basically. I think maybe I'll just put a different circle on the board just for visuals. So you can see like a really big circle, like coordinate, like the urn circle is looking a little bit unwieldy right now for some reason. There we go. You have a really like robust view of the organization at large, and can kind of really see like how each individual is kind of contributing and give across the board as these pictures of compensation kind of develop over time. That's listening in. I'd love to jump into like more like strategy and vision and where we're going next, but would love to just address any open points about how the app works first. I can see, Penguin, I can see you talking, but I can't hear anything you're saying for some reason.
I have a push button mic. I was just saying that I love the circle map view. This is like one of my favorite views, especially like if you look over epochs and time, you can kind of view the work that was done and the teams that were there, and it changes dynamically over time. So yeah, this map is like a great way to visualize it. I think the other main value that we've gotten is like the ability to communicate and give praise to the people in your team too. So just like half of it is saying what you've done, the other half of it is recognizing the part of work that people have done. So I think that those comments back to the people on your team has been really helpful, and a large morale boost to team, and like recognizing what people are doing. So I've really liked that part. One of the hard parts though is when you have a really large team or like a wide team, there's never kind of enough tokens to cover the people that you've interacted with in a fair way. It kind of leads to across the board, kind of feels like a leveling, or kind of like an averaging, rather than a lot of direct spikes, or like the numbers kind of reflect the amount of work done. I know that there's been some studies that Coordinape has put together about how DAOs are using it. Can you talk a little bit about some of the different challenges that you guys have seen, and kind of expand on some of the ones that I mentioned?
Yeah, sure. I mean, our studies were, I wasn't sort of the point person on the studies, so I may not have like the most robust understanding of some of the outputs, but the ones that like we sort of turned into some of our ongoing strategy work was, one of them is that DAOs are really very hybrid in the way that they compensate people. So Coordinape often kind of fits into a landscape of various compensation methods within a DAO. Even at like, a place like Yearn, there's obviously like many kinds of compensation. There's kind of fixed payments that are considered and figured in a certain way using a certain like a kind of loose consensus mechanism. There's bounties and grants that get paid out, according to like sort of like tasks that need to be done, or larger initiatives. And then there's contribution based like methodologies. So Coordinape was one of the ones that was instrumental there. but that no DAO is like kind of like singular in the way that it approaches compensation, which I guess is somewhat true for any organization. I mean, even at like, very traditional companies I've worked at, you can get a salary, but you can also get like budget for travel or like some various other ways that you can make income there. Or you can take compensation in various ways or equity, etc. But at DAOs, it seems to be kind of heightened, this like kind of hybridity and this like kind of very broad approach to the way the compensation works. For us, that like led to a desire to kind of to some extent like expand what we're doing. Like we're soon going to be offering like a fixed payments module as we launch our vaults that I can talk about in a moment, which does allow like steady streams of payment to be kind of developed through a coordinate circle. But it's also something that we want to really use, like leverage our relationships with the rest of the DAO tooling landscape to kind of build out this thing together. So, working with other groups like dwork or Parcel, where we have integrations with that do different kinds of compensation than we really do, is also going to be really vital, I think, and kind of like bringing this hybridity into a space that DAOs can really manage better and can do compensation in all the ways that like they find they need to do it. So like dwork, who I think is going to speak later, they do bounties, and Parcel does kind of like more traditional like payroll management and also like in-kind reimbursements and things like that. But I think that another highlight from that research was that sense making and kind of feedback is really lacking. So that's another area that we're leaning into. Kind of like, as you mentioned, like, the notes are really great. They kind of like help you to understand how your work is valued at Coordinate. But something that doesn't really happen all that often is like really direct feedback, like understanding why you may have gotten compensated by somebody doesn't always happen very directly. Or why you don't get compensated by somebody doesn't happen very directly. So we're eager to lean into that a little bit and see if we can kind of like switch the modality of notes from a kind of like pleasantry into something that it has the potential at least to lead to like feedback conversations, so that contributors can kind of ask for feedback on their work and they can receive it through the app, or they can ask, why did I get give from you, and receive that in the app, or somebody else can ask that same question. So a little bit more like sense-making tools, I think, are going to get layered in over time. That's like a big research prong we have going right now, and starting to develop some basic features around it. Yeah, and I think I can't remember if there was another question that you asked that you wanted to address, Penguin. Is there something I missed that you were hoping to get some more another take on?
I think you did a great job covering the utility. I think one of the other parts of the question were some of the problems and shortcomings that people have had when using it, and like how we can kind of learn from those mistakes to try and have better circles.
Yeah, sure. I think the biggest one I think is around feedback. Like I think, as you had noted, like it's the culture of like how and when to give is not like fundamental to the app. It kind of relies on like a philosophy. And the working philosophy that we've seen work best at Coordinate is to kind of like directly compensate people that you've worked with as kind of a way to thank them for their collaborations with you. So if you're working on the design team, you might be compensating your design collaborators in Coordinate, but you may not be, necessarily sending give to developers who you haven't worked with at all, unless they did something that impacted your work directly, or there was some cross collaboration. That's the kind of working model that we think has been most successful. But it, like you mentioned, it's really easy and it's very challenging to not have slippage out of that model, depending on the team that you're in, right? Like you sometimes feel guilty for not sending give to everybody on your team, or you find that like sometimes people just tend to like want to send to visible members, so somebody that's a contributor that's doing a lot very publicly on Twitter or Discord, like might be just getting random give from a lot of people and giving like an inaccurate picture. So I think the ways that we're hoping to address that is partially through these feedback mechanisms to kind of like heighten the like conceptual space towards like really thoughtful giving and conversations about why give is happening, and conversations about why give is not happening when it's not. And And another way that we're really eager to start to work in that way is through something we call strategies. So strategies is a forthcoming feature where people will be able to kind of script their own in-house game rules for their circles, which I think is going to give people opportunities to really kind of like notice behaviors that are not really healthy on a macro scale in a circle, and create like a script mechanic that might change them. So like something I've often thought about, but nobody's ever been able to try it because we don't have this feature, is like, what would happen if you could only send to 5 people? So you had to send 20 give 5 times and that was it in your circle. Would that like take away a lot of the kind of like less thoughtful giving and create to like better outcomes or something like that? And obviously that depends on the size of the circle and the intention of the circle, but there might be some circles where a simple game rule like that can really enhance and refine the outcomes that you get. So this strategies feature is going to be a kind of like simple scripting tool that allows you to create those scenarios in your circle, and hopefully eventually to share them with others and have a kind of like board of various strategies that people are using, much like snapshot strategies, to allow these circles to kind of experiment with their own in-house rules and how that can augment and affect the validity of give. So unless there's other questions, like maybe I could just dive into a quick, let's see, maybe 7-minute or so, like diatribe about like some of the strategies and larger initiatives that Coordinape is interested in developing as we move forward into our second year.
Yeah, I think there's one more quick question that I think I'd rather have you go into what's coming for the next year, because you might answer this, and if it is part of that answer, just feel free to say it'll be part of that. But one of the things that has come up recently is like budget for an organization too. Is there any plans to integrate budgeting into the Coordinape circles as well?
Yeah, there is actually. So yeah, as you envisioned, like that's actually the first talking point I think on my little list here that I made 5 minutes before we started meeting. So for sure, like one of the big things that we're launching very soon is we're calling vaults. We haven't really figured out our branded name for them yet, but that we're calling them vaults internally. And that's going to be our first smart contract that integrates with Coordinape directly. And essentially what it allows organizations to do is to deposit funds into a vault type contract and to distribute that out to multiple circles. So in a way, that's, and the way that it distributes is a sort of like convenience feature, so that the circle basically, once an epoch is over and the percentages that each member is allocated have been figured, like the vault on chain is able to grab a Merkle tree for that, and an admin can push a button and then allow the contributors to grab it like they're claiming an airdrop. And there's a lot of other functionality that's going to roll out of that contract soon. A lot of other functions that we're kind of working on UI for that I can talk about. But in answer to your question, one of the exciting things about that is that allows us to put our foot for the first time into this kind of like budget management in this very simple way, so that still in a kind of like layer 0 like social way, like a DAO can decide how much budget is supposed to be allocated to each circle. They can put it into this Vault smart contract, and they can actually like dedicate chunks of that budget to each circle or each initiative that might happen in the DAO. And we think that that's like a first step to something that is really has a much longer tail for Coordinape in terms of figuring, which is kind of like consensus-based budget management. So another later kind of build that we're going to be working on is something called nested circles that allows you to create a circle that then distributes out to other circles that are kind of taxonomically inside of it. So that you could imagine a DAO creating a budgeting circle where all its contributors could kind of determine the budget that they think is valid for these various other buckets of work. For like, in a protocol DAO, maybe it'd be Solidity development and design and, front-end engineering, et cetera. Or it could have any number of different kind of applications. And the same voting process that Coordinape uses, or some modification of it using a strategy where maybe, some individuals with different levels of buy-in or rep or token holdings get more give to send, can kind of determine and manage the budget, which then would be sort of able to distribute automatically out of this vault contract into these various circles. And the circles themselves would determine the endpoint users that end up receiving them. So, we've got quite a few steps before we get there, but the vaults are kind of like the first like kind of micro Lego that I think is going to put us in a position to be one of the teams that's working on this kind of concept in the DAO landscape. Did that kind of answer that question, or any way that I could burrow into that deeper?
No, perfect.
Cool. Yeah, so just to list out these other things that we're working on, we're really psyched on integrations. We have like a ton of energy and have developed a new API layer using Hasura recently that's going to allow us to sort of integrate our off-chain app into various other protocols, even before we have a lot of on-chain action. So we've got an integration with Parcel rolling out. It's actually already live, but we have some beta partners kind of testing it before we do an announcement. But that allows any user of Parcel to kind of snap in a coordinate circle and do a distribution based on an outcome. And we have an integration with dwork that went out like a month or so ago, which allows just basically work statements coming out of dwork to kind of be visible in coordinate so that users can send give according to what happened in dwork. And we think that's kind of like the first toe in the water of a much deeper integration with them that we're going to kind of work on over time. And lots of other great talks with great teams like Orca Protocol and Utopia. And it's really been exciting to see how, we can just become a cog in this like kind of developing ecosystem and philosophy with a lot of other groups. And then reputation and data is something we're really excited about. So we have, a depth of kind of like human interaction in Coordinate that becomes this kind of like interesting map of like human attestations that are happening inside of DAOs. And, we're working on ways to export that data, to give circles control over how their data flows outside of Coordinate, and kind of be careful about how we do that because some of this is sensitive for users. So, it's been an active project that really MetaDreamer has really been leading us on that with our research team like Ivy and others. So that's coming pretty soon is, the ability to kind of like use coordinate data in a more public way that we think is going to lead to more integrations and more plugins. And we also have some ideas to build around that. And strategies and nested circles, which I've already talked about. Those are exciting and things that I think are going to add a lot to the utility of Coordinate and its fidelity to kind of like healthy compensation practices, both on a budget level and in terms of like kind of game rules. And feedback and sense making, I already talked about that, like this kind of idea that like, the sort of interpersonal conversations around why you would send give are like as important as the compensation itself. And we want to be one of the places that individuals can kind of engage in that to build out a better sense of how the DAO is working and how compensation is functioning and flowing. Yeah, I think that's basically it, actually. That's all the stuff I wrote down. I think we're really psyched to kind of like be part of this like burgeoning philosophy as it continues to develop and react to it. But we have a few pretty exciting roads that we're psyched to kind of build out as we try to broaden the scope of what we do.
What about APIs or external app connections? Are there any plans to make the circles integratable with other apps?
Yeah, I mean, we're already doing that on a kind of like case-by-case basis, just with some of the partners that we've chosen to kind of like work with on integrations. But indeed, like I mentioned, the Hasura API layer that our devs worked on for most of the early part of the year is now like live and kind of ready to be used, I believe. So soon it will be, there will be like toggles at a circle level where circles can decide to what extent they want their data to become public. And depending on what they choose, then other, integrating apps would be able to like draw that data out using an API and integrate it into what they're doing. So yeah, that's it's an area where we're like sort of like doing some work very closely with teams to kind of like test out these like basic patterns of data usage. But then we're also working on this kind of like public data toggle that it's going to allow, individual groups to kind of like just use that data on their own.
When I was using Coordinate last year, I came up with a really crazy idea for using it potentially for a game and using Give to kill monsters and things like that. How feasible is it to like scale up fun Coordinate circles for things like that? Is there any kind of cost to an organization? I don't think so, right? Is it pretty cheap and easy to create some random circles that people could test out if they don't have a budget or they have a fun idea that they want to test out the software for?
Yeah, it's totally free. So, if you go to coordinate.com, you can launch a circle. It's a really simple process, and basically get going. And it's all off chain currently, so there's no cost or anything like that. I think the area where there may be cost is if people want to distribute budgets, then there's contract interactions to be using like our vaults if that's like a space that people want to go into, but otherwise there's no cost to it.
Awesome. And then to use those vaults, they can just transfer into it, and then the app will disperse funds based on the give allocations. Is that right?
Yeah, basically, yeah, it's like a factory contract. So each vault owner kind of controls their own vault, and like they would basically mint a vault and then put the funds into it. And then there's a Merkle tree sync that gets performed at the end of the epoch. So admin signs off on the sync looking healthy and the distribution looking good. And then the users can just claim it. So that's like our kind of like not super gas efficient like first iteration, but we have a bunch of, we're going to be rolling it out on layer 2s to make certain things cheaper for users that are more gas sensitive, and have like a disperse function that we need to build a front end around that makes it cheaper to distribute out tokens at the end of the epoch. So yeah, it's pretty cheap, but yeah, definitely there is a little bit of gas cost for especially now when we're still on mainnet.
Well, awesome. I think that Coordinate is hands down one of my favorite DAO tools, and I love the interface. They said the network map is so effective at explaining what's going on in an organization. So thank you so much for pushing on these tools. Thank you to Yearn too. Thank you for coming on today, Zem. And
yeah, thanks, guys. I'm excited to listen to the rest of their programming. It's a great group of people you brought together.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Vanilla talking to us about Collabland. How's it going?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, so I'm going to talk to everybody about Collabland today. Let me share my screen. So if you've used Collabland before, you're probably familiar with the bot commands and how long that takes, how much of a pain it can be. So if you've been following along, you can see that we've released a new web UI. So you can get to it at cc.collab.land. I'll put all the links in the chat. So I'm just going to run everybody through kind of how to set up a role with it and how it works, some of the new features. So first thing, once you get to the page we're calling Command Center, you'll see these options here. Actually, if you don't have it in any servers yet, you'll have to add it. So you can invite the bot with this little button here, which will bring you to a list of your servers. Actually, I already added it, but you just select the server, hit continue, and then in your Discord server, you'll see that 2 channels will be created. One is the config channel, which is the channel that used to be used for creating the roles with the bot UI. Then you'll have the join channel, which is where your users or members will verify by using the button, which will link to their wallet. So we're just going to set up a role here. So to start, we'll go to this TGRs. We call them token granted roles. So basically, if you're unfamiliar with what Collabland does, it will assign a Discord role based on the holdings of a token. So you can set up a role. If somebody holds your community token, they'll get a special role in the Discord, which you can then use to grant access to different channels or give them a special color or, whatever you want. Also, support for Telegram as well. So you can have token granted Telegram groups where people have to hold the token in order to get access to your group. So today we're going to talk about Discord. So let's set up a role. So you select a role, any role that you've created already in Discord. So we'll just select one. Brings you to this screen, which is very similar if you've used Collabland before. You've got all the different information that you used to have to enter in the bot UI. So we have a description, which we can call whatever we want. This is just for your reference. Doesn't have anything to do with the setup. You can select your chain type. So we have lots of different blockchains supported, including mainnet, Polygon, XDAI, BSC, Arbitrum, Avalanche. I mean, you can see the list goes on. Even some non-EVM like Solana, Flow, Polkadot, Nifty Gateway, Tezos. The world is your oyster. We're adding new chains all the time. So this one we're just going to set mainnet because it's easy. And then you can select your token type. So these are the different token types we support on mainnet. So you got ERC20, 721, your NFT standards. Even support roles, social tokens, POAPs, mutable X. Oops, that's kind of soon to come. Moloch DAO shares. If you're in a DAO and you want to give access to your DAO members to a special channel, you can use Molochs. So we're going to use one of my NFTs that I have here. So it's an ERC 721. We're just going to use this one. So if you're unsure what kind of token you have, if it's an NFT and you're not sure if it's a 1155 or a 721 or what have you, you can go to OpenSea and look at your token there, and you can look at the details, and it'll tell you the token standard, the token ID, contract address. So we're going to grab the token address here because we're going to need it. So we selected the token type, which is ERC 721. We just put in the address here. Token ID is actually optional for this token type, so we're not going to use it. Just a note, if you're using an ERC 1155 token, which is another popular NFT standard, you will have to include all the token IDs for the different tokens in your collection. But we're not going to use it. So one of the new things with the Command Center and with Collabland now is you can grant roles based on specific metadata of a token, so traits and values. So we're going to use that. What that is again, if we go back to OpenSea, we can see under this Properties tab, you have these different properties or traits and values. So the top in blue would be the trait, and then the black writing would be the value. So we're going to use this, and let's say, so we just go add metadata. Let me see, because I already forgot. Let's use intuition tier. Did I spell that right? Yep. That's one thing to make sure you do is check your spelling, and because if you spell it wrong, it's not going to work. And also, if there's any special characters or anything, just pay attention. You can also, alternatively, if you have the URI for your token, that'll show all this information in JSON format. Might be a little more advanced for some users, but if you know how to do that, that's the best way to get that information, because it's going to be accurate and you can copy and paste it. In this case, we're just going to use this, and then we're going to save it. So now it's going to check to see if I own this token with this trait and this value. And then at the end, we can add how many are needed to qualify for the role. In this case, it's just going to be 1. And you can even set a max amount, but this time we're going to leave that as 0. And we just hit save. So this will show us here just an overview. So we can see it's a mainnet ERC 721. This is the address, min and max, all the information. So then we can go back to Discord, and real quick, we can just show you, these are the roles we set up. We'll change the color of this one so we can see when I get it. Couple of things just to note from the Discord side of things. One important thing is to make sure that the Collabland role is above any of the other roles in your Discord. If it's not, you can just drag it and put it where you want. So it needs to be above any roles that it's assigning. Otherwise, the roles won't be getting assigned. And I forgot to mention, this is another role that's created by Collabland when it's invited, called Collabland Admin. So that's for if you have a community mod or somebody else in your Discord that is going to be managing these token roles and adding new ones or changing them or whatever, you don't have to give them an admin permission specifically or any special permissions. You can just give them this Collabland admin role, which doesn't have any special permissions. It's just gives them access to that config channel, which will allow them to set up the token granted role. So we can see that Collabland's at the top, and we got these roles here. So then from a member's perspective, when they join your server and go to verify, they just go to the Collabland join channel, hit the let's go button. So you'll get this message here, which is like a preview of the signature that you're going to see in MetaMask. So this is like a safety feature to make sure that what you're signing in your wallet matches what you expect. So this should be exactly the same as the message that you're signing on your wallet. So we'll just connect wallet, bring into the connect page. So another cool thing that's new is this wallet delegation page. So if you've connected before with Collabland, you won't have to connect again. You can just use a wallet that you've used already in another community. And how you do that, you just select that wallet and verify. So we'll do that. We just get this message that the wallet's been connected. Might take about 2 minutes, but then you should get a message in the channel once it's ready. And while we're waiting for that, we can check a couple of the other new features. So we can go with this bot config. So we added some other new features just to kind of make it easier for admins and community mods to, number one, make sure that everything's set correctly and they have the permissions correct and the bot is at the top and all those things. So basically, you can just use this button here to check your configurations. And we can see that we don't have any errors, so everything should be good. This background balance check. So one of the things that Collabland does is once a day, it will go through your community and it'll check if your members all still hold the required token. If they don't or no longer hold that token, then the role will be removed. So that happens once a day, or there's a event-based listener too for on-chain transactions that with your token. So we'll also check the roles during that and remove them within like 1 or 2 hours. So that's that. And then we have this community roles section too, which is really neat. So basically what this is, if you have a member in your server that has a role that they're not supposed to have, or has the token, should get a role, but for some reason it didn't get assigned, you can check their user ID here. So basically you just grab their user ID. This is my user ID. I'll show you another way to get that. Basically you just right click, copy ID. With developer mode on in Discord, that's an option, and you can use any member in your server to do this. And then we'll check. So let's see. So we can see that I should get assigned this role because I have the token, but for whatever reason, it didn't get assigned. And the reason I'm going to give is that I'm demoing this. So it's really easy. All you have to do to resolve it is hit the resolve button. And then there we go. All issues have been resolved. And we can go back to the server and see that I do, in fact, have the role now. So basically what that does is like an on-demand balance check. So if you don't want to wait for that background balance check to go through, or like I said, you have a member that should have the role that it didn't get assigned for whatever reason, or somebody that does have the role that shouldn't, you can check that manually now by yourself, which is huge. So yeah, and then I can show you real quick the bot config, what that looks like if you've got some errors. So we'll just go through and make some errors. So one of the things I'll talk about is permissions. So when you first invite Collabland, it has administrator permission. And I know now that a lot of people are very hesitant to give administrator permission to any bots or anybody, because we see, every day servers are getting exploited or hacked because somebody loses their credentials or has administrator permission. So if you're worried about that, you can disable it as long as it has certain other permissions, which I can go through real quick. So we need view channels. We need manage roles to be able to give the roles. Send messages. Don't need add reactions anymore because we don't use the bot UI. And then one other thing, in the future, not needed right now, but soon in the future, we're going to be having some / commands. So we'll probably need this application commands. So we can save those changes there. But let's say we forgot to give, one of the important things here, one of the important permissions. If we go back and we're wondering, why is the bot not working? I don't know. Well, let's check the configuration. So you get a warning here that tells you, hey, there's a problem. The bot is not configured correctly. So, and then it'll tell you how to fix it. So right now you can see that it doesn't have the right permissions. It's missing manage roles and band members. So actually band members is one that I forgot to mention. So the reason that Collabland needs band members is because it'll automatically kick anybody that is trying to impersonate it. If there's a scammer that's changed their name to Collabland and they're offering your user support, we don't appreciate that. So we'll automatically ban anybody that tries to do that. So we can go back and make sure we've fixed these issues. Turn the manage roles back on. Turn band members back on. We'll save it. We'll check it again. And yeah, we should be good to go now. So yeah, that's pretty much the new Collabland web UI, calling it Command Center. So there's lots of support docs which will tell you how to set up different types of tokens and that kind of stuff, which I can share in the chat. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Does anybody have any questions before we talk about something else?
Yeah, I think one of the crazy parts about Collabland is just how much stuff it does. With how many chains it works with and how many different protocols and everything. I think that this new UI is amazing. I definitely noticed that the response time when the chains got to be like 12 was slower with the reactions and for configuring the bot. So this is amazing. I think this makes it so much easier and faster. And anyone that hasn't used the Collabland configs, they're very helpful, but you gotta wait for them to build. So this is great.
Yeah, so you can see all the different chain types, and the way that the bot used to work was it would send a message in Discord, in the Discord channel, and you would have to wait for each chain would have its own emoji that you would have to react with. But you would have to wait for all those emojis to load. And sometimes it was like you wanted to pull your hair out waiting for so long. So yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite features is how much faster it can be to set up roles. And you can easily set up as many as you want. You can add multiple TGRs to a single role. So like for instance, in metagame, you've got the seed holder and patron roles, right? So I think in the past, I think they're separate now, but you could make them, one role where you would have the link to the patron token, which is from the balancer pool, and the link to the seed token, and you could have different values. Let's say you need to have 100 seed token and 10 P seed token. I don't know if it's still called P seed, but you could put them under the same role. So like we can, let's say, set up another, just real quick, just to show you how that works. So we'll use the metagame season 5 player token. It looks really cool. And again, it's an ERC 721, so we don't need a token ID. And then we'll just use balance on this one. We won't add any traits. And we're having an issue here. Oh no. Let's try that one more time. Okay, seem to be having a little, oh, that's why. So another good thing to remember is to see which network your tokens, which chain your token is on. So I don't see it here, but this is probably on Polygon if I had to guess. Yeah, so we can see assets Matic. So we chose the wrong. So this is another thing that we added is a lot of contract validation. So as you're entering, this is another thing that Bot UI did not have at all. So you could, if you set up a role incorrectly or on the wrong network, it wouldn't really warn you or tell you that you had done something wrong. It just wouldn't work. So now it'll actually prevent you from even saving it. So it's checking if this token exists on mainnet, and it says it doesn't. So it won't even let me save it. So we know we have to change to Polygon now. And then we'll try that again. So now we can see that we've got two tokens under the same role. So what this is it's an OR condition. So a member, in order to get this first role, they would need to hold either that first token that I set up in the beginning, or they would need to hold that metagame token. As long as they hold one of those, they will get that role. One other thing I forgot to mention is for the attributes, we actually support and or condition. So if you wanted to have multiple things, so let's say in this case, the end condition probably won't work because I'm using the same trait and different values. Something that we are looking into to be able to accept that, but at the moment, that's not going to work. So what we can do, excuse me, is use the OR condition. So that what that means is if somebody has the tier value or the happy value, one or the other, they will qualify for that role. And you can get pretty crazy with these metadata traits and values. I know you look at a lot of the popular NFT projects and they have lots of different traits that you can break down into your community. Like if you want everybody that's wearing a hat to have the hat role and everybody that has glasses to have the glasses role, for whatever reason, you can do that. So we just save that. And yeah, so that's about it for the command center. another thing I can talk about real quick. It's not live yet, but we have started testing it with the DAO House community. We've been working on verifiable credentials. So our first kind of use case for that is with a guest pass feature. So how that works is if you have a token granted community and you want to, let's say you want to give somebody access that you know that they don't hold the token, but you're like, I want them to preview it, or I want to, offer it on a limited time to see if they want it, like a try before you buy kind of thing, if it's an NFT community, or the way that DAO House is using it is for people that are interested in becoming a core contributor, but are not actual members yet, since they use Collabland to grant access to the core contributor section of the Discord. So we've created this this guest pass feature, which allows you to grant essentially a verifiable credential, which Collabland will read as sort of an off-chain NFT, and it's also assigned to one or even many Discord roles. So you could say, if I want to give this person a guest pass with these 3 roles, I can do that. And it's time-based. So right now I think the options are like 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 90 days. And then after that time limit is reached, then automatically their roles will be removed. They will still hold the VC, which says that they had that guest pass for a certain period of time, but there's an expiry date, which will remove it after that date is over. So that's something we're just kind of getting started playing around with. If you have a community that you think might have a use for that, definitely reach out to me on Discord or Twitter or whatever. And we can get you added to the list for that kind of support. But yeah, that is Collabland. That is the new web UI. Very fancy, very easy to use. Any other questions or comments?
So there was a question from the audience about including metadata for NFTs that are minted or for tokens. Is there any plans to add the metadata visible?
Yeah. Yeah. So you mean as far as granting the roles based on the metadata?
Yes.
Yep. So that would be under the attributes tab here. So it's supported for most NFT token types. So this is actually the metadata section here. You just hit this metadata, and in this case, modify traits, because I've already added some, or you can do add traits. And yeah, you've got your trait and value here. And as long as the metadata exists on that token, it will work. So yeah, and that works with almost all NFT standards, ERC 721, 1155, even works for Solana NFT, works for Flow NFT, I think pretty much all the NFT standards that Collabland supports can now use metadata trait-based gating.
Awesome. Super cool. Collabland is one of the tools that's helping not only DAOs, but pretty much the entire Web3 ecosystem. Most NFT projects have got it incorporated. I know that we've used it heavily for Moloch DAO shares, as well as for people having a token gated access as well for ERC20s. So hugely important for MetaFactory and a bunch of other communities, Friends with Benefits. Pretty much a lot of what we do has been built on the back of permissions and token gated access. So big thanks for Collabland's progress and for continuing to push. I love the new UI. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's amazing. We're in, I think, over 30,000 communities now, which is like, I didn't even know there were 30,000 communities that were, NFT focused or DAO focused, but it's incredible. And yeah, excited about this new feature and adding more and more features all the time. So working on some new things for DAO tooling and verifiable credentials, and expect some exciting stuff coming soon.
So if someone wanted to learn more about Collabland from the team or how to get involved, is there a place that they should go to learn more?
Yeah, so the best thing to do is probably to follow the Twitter, collab_land_. I'll post that in the chat too. And yeah, any kind of updates and that kind of thing are always posted there. So yeah, it's probably the best place. And then I'll also post the support documentation for people that are just learning or trying to set up a new role. I think we have most of the bases covered there. Walk you through step by step. So
Does Collabland have a Gitcoin fund? How is Gitcoin funded right now?
we do not have a Gitcoin fund, so it's funded mostly by our patron NFT. So we have an NFT, which you can find on OpenSea. It's the Collabland patron NFT. So we've got quite a few partners that have helped us by purchasing one of those. And yeah, obviously you're welcome to. We also have a membership NFT, which is a lot less expensive, but if you still want to help out and grab one of those, you're welcome to. I think they're all sold out, but they're available on secondary now. So yeah.
Awesome.
That's
Thank
it.
you so much, Philadelphia.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Bogey, you have a question? You're muted.
Hey, thanks, bro. Tenpenny's got a question in main stage chat. He's like, he asked, can you have the and for both these tokens instead of or either these tokens for the roles?
So no, not yet,
Okay.
but it is something that we've been working on. The problem is from like a design perspective, it's hard to make it, because that opens up a whole new level of complexity. And we're trying to figure out from a design perspective how to enable that without making it too confusing for the more basic users. But I'll just leave it as not yet, but hopefully soon.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions before I hop off?
Someone's typing.
There's one more question about extending the functionality beyond Discord. So are there any other kind of platforms you guys are looking to integrate with for permission-based access?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. So already on Telegram right now. So that's kind of the OG. That was like the first integration. Still working. And yeah, we're always exploring like new ways to connect. We're talking about maybe having an SDK where people can create their own token gated websites, or we've talked about token gated GitHub and Reddit and things like that. So they're all kind of in the pipeline, no status on any of those, but a little alpha for everybody. That these are the things that we're thinking about, when it comes to token gating. But I think the main end goal and the thing I'm really excited for is eventually getting to the point where we can have that SDK and have developers token gate their own things, and whatever you want to token gate, you'll be able to do that using the Collabland backend.
Awesome, super cool. I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled, and I know I use it in a lot of different communities. Like I can't even count how many of them. So I'm excited for the updates, and I'm sure everyone else will be too. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, running over time here. If anybody has any more questions, I'll be in the chat. So hit me up in the chat.
Sweet, man.
So
Thanks.
next
All right.
up, we have
for the
Rathers
time.
from D-Work. Rathers, are you there?
Hey everyone, happy to be here. MetaFest 2, exciting times. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. So D-Work is an amazing platform as well. Uh, there we go.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you to share your screen. So do you think you could tell us a little bit more about yourself, your involvement in D-Work, and the platform, and how we can use it to support the work and tasks that we have in DAOs?
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. So, hey everyone, I'm Rathers. I'm part of the team here at D-Work, originally founded by Lonis and Fant back when they were the first tech engineers at CityDAO, which most of you may know as the DAO that bought land in Wyoming. And so they actually saw the need for this themselves, working in the space and everything at that time really just being in Discord, trying to figure out where is, what happening, what's the progress on things, what can I contribute with, how can I engage with others, how can I engage with the project, and then how can I collaborate really within the community versus it being individuals working in kind of silos. And so basically, them being previous founders themselves, they saw the need for it, and they kind of aimed to fill that, and so they rushed in to build out D-Work, kind of launched alpha back in December of last year. I was actually the first external contributor that started engaging with them, and we started rolled it out at a number of DAOs and really started growing from there, to be one of the leading and largest bounty platforms for organizations right now. We officially launched actually around ETH Denver 2022, and been going strong since then. Overall, it's a platform that, as is written over here, is focused around project management, really about enabling and leveraging the potential of your communities, or even building a community, using a tool and a platform like D-Work that helps organize and helps people collaborate together. Overall, then allowing them to receive token payments, build a reputation through credentials, NFTs that are minted, and generally bounties being posted out by organizations as well. So a brief overview of myself and of D-Work's kind of origins and where we're at right now. Happy to answer any more initial questions, and then yeah, love to get into a demo as well. Hopefully that came through fine. I'm not able to hear anyone, so just checking. Is my audio coming through good? Okay, just coming back to the screen share here. Looks like my audio is fine from my side.
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Okay, are we ready to go? Okay, I'll take that as a yes, and we'll move on to a demo. So yeah, what is D-Work? How does it actually function? How do you go about using it, right? If you're new to the platform, the first time you sign in, you get an onboarding flow, and once you're ready to go, you'll land on our homepage. If you're familiar with Discord, you'll get D-Work. If not, it's very easy to go. You'll have your list of DAOs and organizations that you join on the left, little menu bar that updates as you navigate. And on your homepage on our website, app.dwork.xyz, you'll be able to actually browse organizations and DAOs right from the homepage. You can browse bounties that are available across the platform. We have a featured set of bounties from our top-rated organizations using the platform, and then you can also browse through all the bounties that are available. You can filter by skills that you might have, such as development or say design and marketing, and you can actually then directly from here apply to the task if you're interested, or go ahead and submit work for the task directly from here. So that's a quick way for contributors to get involved. But for organizations themselves, we can take a quick look at how they're structured and how they're engaging with D-Work. So let's take a look at Aragon. We all know Aragon. They've got a couple of different workspaces for tech and operations, and they got multiple projects underneath them. They also are able to have private projects and then open projects that are visible to all members of D-Work, and then open tasks, which kind of help you as a community member understand what can you engage with, what is available for you to start contributing to. If we take a look at their combined board, that basically shows you all the public tasks across all projects. and you can actually go ahead and view what is the status, what is happening with this organization. In this case, you can see that they have a tendency to basically pay out bounties for tasks and reward their contributors accordingly. And you'll see it's mostly in stable coins. So it gives you a sense of how they kind of operate and what kind of state that they're working at. So they've been using Dwork now for a bit. And I think that's a good kind of overview as what you would expect to see for kind of a fully fleshed organization. Now we could switch over and what does it look like then for creating your own organization and engaging with your contributors. So let's go down. So my demo account, create a new organization. Let's call it demo org. When you go to hit create, we actually allow for you to onboard your tasks from Notion or Trello. So if you've already been using those tools and you want to upgrade into a tool where you want to onboard your community, you can do that. Additionally, you can even import tasks from your GitHub or even sync it so that you can engage with your product team in one space and keep the tasks flowing. I'll start with a vanilla project and organization. And once I hit create, we immediately set you up with a main project, which you can rename if you choose. And if you go back to the overview, you'll see that's basically that space that was filled out for Aragon is now ready for you to kind of start growing. So new projects can be created from the sidebar. Again, you can create from existing boards on Notion or Trello or sync it with GitHub. Otherwise, you can create without importing. Now, the main menu at the top covers key areas, including this board view, and you'd be all familiar with this as a Kanban board, your standard, to do to done kind of workflow. And we can take a look at that now with the tasks. So our task flow is actually where it really becomes native Web3 in the way we approach it. So we could say, let's create a poster for project A. And immediately you can set a permission that defines how can a contributor engage with your organization, engage with this specific task. So we have a couple of different options, including applications, direct submissions, and gating by Discord role, or even directly assigning someone. I'll start off with an application, and you can even set that as a default if you prefer. I'll go ahead and add a bounty. I'll add a new token that I can pay out with. We support a number of networks across Ethereum, Polygon, Avalanche, Solana, Binance Smart Chain, and so forth. I'll be using Rinkeby test network right now. And along with selecting tokens that are by default available, you can even add your own tokens, ERC20s, or even 721s and 1155 NFTs. So you can even distribute NFTs or reward with reputational NFTs directly from Dwork. Just selecting the token, adding the contract address, and doing a lookup. For my side, I will just be using Rinkeby along with Rinkeby Ether, so test Ether, and hitting add token, and then selecting that. And then we can go ahead and put in a small amount for the demo. If your token is actually listed on CoinMarketCap, you can even peg it to USD, so that instead of saying you're going to pay out in 0.5 tokens, you're saying you're going to pay out in $100 as a reward for this task. So that's a handy feature as well that we have for tokens on CoinMarketCap and soon CoinGecko. Additionally, we'd have skills. So that's helpful for when you want to have people understand, like we saw earlier, and be able to find your tasks. And then finally, you can also set a due date as well as other context that's helpful for contributors to understand what to do. Over here, go ahead and hit /. We have all kinds of formatting options, and you can add in your details and your requirements. So this helps you inform your audience what the task is about. And let's go ahead and then share this across with Delilah. And she's been browsing and within the community, she comes across this task link that you've shared, and she can go ahead and review it and say, yeah, I'm interested, I can work on this. So she clicks on that, and immediately she can fill out the application form. For now, that means she can set when she wants to start and end. And maybe your requirements mention that she has to have done work like this before, and then include some links, so she can do that. She can even also change the value of the funding. So if she wants to charge less or charge more, she can put that in. and that can, give an indicator of the application. She can track it herself on her own task board under applied, and she can see if she gets accepted for this task. Coming back to the project manager's view, you can actually see now that there's an application from Delilah come through. You get her Discord ID as well. If you've not synced your Discord, we give you that so you're able to reach out and connect with her. And we also see all the details that shared, as well as allow for you to connect through on the profile picture, and you can actually see which other organizations is she part of, as well as what Discord roles they have. So this is something that you can't do in a standard, just looking at the profile on Discord. And so we enable that to kind of be, an approach for kind of a Web3 LinkedIn in that sense. You additionally also see the task feed, how many tasks are completed, including private tasks, which don't show up in the feed. And that can help you to take a look and see, yeah, Delilah is the right person for this task. So let's go ahead and assign her. So once she's assigned, it automatically moves the task to progress. It marks it as assigned, and it updates the due date as well. So now in this case, Delilah is able to directly start engaging with this task and submit her work. So she's created the poster, and she adds in a link. Maybe it's an online file that she's sharing, and she moves it into review. She can't move it to done because she's just a contributor. So this allows for that final check and quality control before the task is made available for payment. So you go ahead as a project manager then and review it. You take a look at the task, take a look at the submission, and you choose to approve it if you feel like it's met that quality bar that you have. And once you're done, there you go. This task is ready for payment, and that flow as well will come back in just a sec. Before I do that, I will go back and show the other ways you can assign members to tasks. And so we'll do, in this case, create a meme for our hackathon festival. And in this case, we'll change the permission to submissions, and we'll put a bounty amount. So every winner of the contest will receive this same amount directly to them. And so that's as much as you could, as little as we can go to get going. And once that's set up, I'll go ahead and submit one from my side just to showcase multiple submissions, have one from my side, and then I'll go over to Delilah's and I'll make one more from her side just directly from the card. Let's put this as link 2. And on submission of that and going back to the project manager's view, you can see there are multiple submissions. So you can use this for hackathons or contests, all kinds of different use cases. We've seen Tails get quite creative with this. And you can then accordingly have a number of winners. So say you have 10, 50, 100 entries. You want to reward the top 1 or 2. Say it's 2. You go ahead and click approve, and you can click more than 1. And what that does is it marks it as an approved submission, and we create a subtask on the same card that matches the name, that matches the reward amount that we set earlier, and it links up with the assignee that was approved. So the same thing will happen then when I approve Delilah. We'll get another subtask that is ready for payment for her. And now this basically queues them up and ready for payment in batches if you choose as well. And this can continue getting submissions until you move it across to done. And so that's the multiple submissions format. Now, say you want an in-between setup. You want something that works for certain kinds of audiences as a reputation, but you don't necessarily want them to have to submit to kind of vie for that, a reward. You can then actually go ahead and specify Discord roles that is pulled in from your server to then say that these Discord roles can automatically claim the task. So I'll go ahead and connect to the Discord server. I have a test one called Fast Fries DAO that should show up in a few moments. Here we go. And I'll add the dwork bot. So we also have a dwork integration that basically means we can share updates to your Discord community. Whereas I'm coming back here and I'm creating this task. Let's actually set some specific roles. Whoops, sorry about that. Let's just authorize that again. Should be good. And oops, yeah, let me click authorize. And let's go ahead and set the roles for this task. Let's say we don't want to keep it open. We want to keep it only to say the Genesis team and say, marketing leads. And we put a little bounty on it as well. Why not? We're using test ether. It's fine. And so now this task is claimable by anyone who has that role. If we go back over to Delilah's view and we refresh, you'll see now that on her side, she doesn't have those roles. It says it's open for that, but she doesn't have that. So for her, it's a standard application. But if I go back to the task on the project manager's view side and change it to now, say, contributors, because Delilah has that, we go back over, hit a refresh, and now she can just directly claim the task. So this is great when you want the level of autonomy, you want to enable people who have earned a reputation in your community to directly be able to pick up a task and start working, not have to apply, or you have a standard or a quality that you want to have for the the output, and you know that if you assign it to a specific role, someone who has that role and picks it up will be able to move it, engage with it, and actually submit the work, possibly even more on time than maybe other contributors. So that's where this gets really handy. And beyond that, really, you also have the ability to use that integration for the talking with your community directly from dwork. So what that means is you can go to integrations and you can go ahead and choose how do you want to engage with your community directly from dwork, so they are aware and enabled to actually engage and get productive, right? So let's go over to that Discord server, and we'll see that we have a couple of channels over here. Let's make a new one. Let's call that bounties. Let's create that channel. Oops. We'll hit create channel. We get that channel over there. And then we'll go back over, hit refresh. And now we'll be able to select that bounties channel from the list. So let's set up this integration where every task that has an assigned person to it will get a thread. So you can actually communicate about your tasks within your community. So earlier you were communicating with them, but you had no way of setting the progress. But now you can do that with dwork, and you can continue engaging with your community on Discord. Additionally, you want to have a message and inform people whenever you have your new bounties or new tasks created. You can turn that on as well. So let's go ahead and connect that. And then what we get is this update that's shared out to your Discord, specifically the channel that you created. Let's just set it as applications. Put a little reward amount. All of this information gets displayed on the card. Put a little due date. Gets displayed on the card that gets sent to Discord. So people right from Discord know if this is the task for them. So we go over to the bounties channel. Oh, looks like I made two. Apologies for that. And yeah, here's the update. So now people in the community know, and they can click through it. They can grab that link. Let's go to Delilah's view. And let's say she clicked on that link in the Discord, and she opens up directly to the task. She can even chat about the task before she applies for it. And that opens up a new channel. Or she can just do a standard application and then go ahead and make that. So now this will allow you as the contributor to directly get to Discord and discuss with the reviewer as a contributor, or if you are the manager of the task and you're looking to actually chat with them before deciding for this specific task, are you the right fit, or you want to take a look at the portfolio, etc. You can have those discussions in your Discord as you please. So this is really handy. And additionally, we give you a thread in the channel that was created so that you can actually track the work as well. So I'm seeing a little bit of a lag over here. Just want to make sure that my audio is still coming through fine. If someone can just chime in, that would be great.
Yeah, you're good, man.
You've
Awesome.
had a little bit of choppiness to it, but overall you've been pretty good.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we can wrap up with just this final flow and the payments. So let's say we've got this and we've assigned Delilah, and now you get a slightly different flow because you automatically have them added in to the thread, right? Tags me, letting me know the due date's updated because it matches our application. We get Delilah added in as well. We can chat about the task and have a conversation. Very minimal disruption to your channels. Not visible unless someone actually chooses to open it and engage. And we keep the update as well as to what is the status directly within the name of the thread as well. And then if we were to go ahead and have a submission from Delilah's side, let's quickly just refresh that. Let's go ahead and move this to review and make a submission. You will get that as well carried forward into Discord. So that's ready for the manager without having to necessarily keep checking the work. See that there's a task ready for review as they get tagged, see the submission, and just again directly click through from here to get access to that content. And if it meets the bar, go ahead. If not, you have the Discord thread. You can keep chatting about it. And once you've marked it as done, ready to go, and the task is ready for payment over here, and we get the update that the task, we get the update as well on the inbox for the individual. So we can then take a look very quickly at payments. So if you were to click payment and you're not yet set up your payment on dwork, very quickly you click that, we take you to the settings of your project, and you can add payments across multiple different types. Generally, we see DAOs using Gnosis Safe, so let's go with that. And I will go ahead, oops, sorry about that. I'll go ahead again, and since I chose Rinkeby Ether, I will select Rinkeby, and then I will just copy over the address of my safe, paste that in. All I'm doing basically is checking that, all the system is basically doing is checking that I am a signer on this safe since I'm signed in with my MetaMask. Otherwise, it will not allow me to add it. That just ensures that it's a valid payment method and not just any safe. You'll also see that since we chose Gnosis Safe, you no longer have individual pay buttons for each task. So instead of having to pay for tasks one by one, or if you're not yet even in a system like this, you're using Excel sheets and you're collecting wallet addresses, you don't need to do any of that anymore. You have your tasks finished, you have the rewards, people are assigned, they have their MetaMasks updated on their dwork profile. We can directly click Pay Now. It shows who all's getting paid for what tasks and how much. And you can directly create the transaction and sign it right from dwork. And then it will follow every authorization protocol that you have, the signing method that you have on your Gnosis Safe. So at the same time, you'll be getting updates within the cards. You get whatever is getting completed will get marked as completed, and the Gnosis Safe itself has the updates of the tasks that are getting paid out. Oh, here, this is the one with 4 actions. So we'll basically use a Gnosis actions, multi-send with actions to go ahead and allow you to execute that. And once it's executed, it'll have the transaction hash attached to it. And additionally, that is on each card for an individual to take a look at. They can view it on the Explorer and see the transaction being paid out from the DAO to the contributor. So this is really great, as I mentioned earlier, for batching and for enabling, reduction of operations if you're really paying out to a large contributor base as well. I guess we could, take a look at one last thing since we have just a bit of time, and we can leave 5 minutes for questions if that's okay. Okay. So we have permissions. This is another really handy tool, and kind of going off of the back of what's been kind of the norm as of now, and evolving over time, is people have roles in the Discord that kind of identify the reputation. And so you can use that again directly in dwork to say that, hey, the Genesis team and the admins automatically can manage this project. So whoever is cycling through roles, for example, you want all validated contributors to be able to just create their own tasks without bounties, mind you, so that you can add the bounties maybe retroactively. You can allow for that autonomy and allow for that engagement with your community. So they don't have to wait for you to make tasks. You don't have to wait for an idea to bubble up to a point of making it a task. So a lot of different ways you can use this. And additionally, for those organizations that are looking at possibly using it both for internal use cases as well as external, you can even make any single project into a private project, and again, define which roles can view it. So if I just save it with, say, dev L3, and I go back to Delilah's view and refresh, we'll see that she now does access denied, and it'll show which roles can actually view it. Then if I change it again to contributors as well and save, we'll now see that when she refreshes, she now has access to the board itself. So this is another very quick note. We have a couple of other things as well, like templates, token gating directly within dwork per project. And for a lot more to kind of wrap up over here, you can also take a look at our own dwork organization, app.dwork.xyz/dwork, and you can just take a look at our development and see what we're working on. A lot of alpha over here. So if people have some questions of what's on our roadmap, we're working openly, open first. Feel free to drop in and ask questions anytime.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's a great overview of dwork. I love the platform. MetaFactory uses it a lot for bounties, and it's great for organizing the amount of things people do, even putting specific value amounts on tasks, and spelling out requirements and managing outside contributions. Are there any ways that we can use the dwork platform within Discord and use Discord triggers to create dwork bounties?
Yes, so that's coming up pretty soon. It's been in the pipeline for a bit. We got a early push for that a short while back, and so that's been in development. And I don't have an ETA right with me, but that is something that we're looking to do. I think we're starting it off with community suggestions directly from Discord, and that might open up into other options as well over time.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. So if people wanted to get involved with dwork, or try out the app, dwork.xyz is the address. Where would they be able to reach that community best? Are you guys on Discord?
Yep. So actually, if you just log on to app.dwork.xyz, we have our Discord, our Twitter, our documentation is also visible here, and you can even send feedback directly from the application. So Discord and Twitter are our most active. We have channels for feedback, questions. We have a welcoming community that are answering and helping out with workflows and identifying best practices as well. So feel free to drop in anytime.
Excellent. And is there any cost for people to use dwork?
No, it's a 100% open and free platform. We're here to help build out the space. There are options in the long term to look at monetization, but the aim is to really focus on how can we make this the most impactful. As I mentioned, like the founders, they saw that in their own efforts to kind of contribute to the space, and this is their way of engaging and giving back in that sense. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks everyone for your time. Any final questions to wrap up, or we good to go?
I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions when we come back for the DAO tooling panel. Will you be able to make that?
Sounds good.
Okay, excellent. And we'll pick your brain more about tooling later. Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Have a great one. Stay safe, everyone. See you in the chat. Cheers.
Hey, S-Ben. Should I call you Seth? Should I call you S-Ben?
Seth would be good.
Okay, how's it going, Seth? How you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Wonderful. So today we are going to be talking about, what are we talking about?
Source cred.
Source cred. Oh, I know a lot about source cred. We've been very intimate with it at Metagame.
Indeed.
It's been integrated into pretty much our way of life for the past 3 years. So definitely excited about what you'll tell us about now. So thank you so much for coming on. And I'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Seth Benton, also known as S-Ben. My pronouns are he, him, and I've been contributing to SourceCred for over 3 years now, which is kind of an eternity. And here to talk about SourceCred and give a little update where things are. So if you're not familiar, SourceCred is a tool for communities to measure and reward value creation. And the origin of SourceCred was Juan Benet, the founder and CEO of Protocol Labs, was looking for a way to pay open source developers working on projects like IPFS and libp2p that Protocol Labs was depending on. And wondering, what if we paid all these contributors with crypto? And they met up with SourceCred's founder, Dandelion, who had these ideas that met that need, and SourceCred was born. And what SourceCred aims for is kind of a buzzword now. It's intersubjectivity. As we know, reward systems have two main approaches generally. You've got subjective approaches, such as contributors reviewing each other or giving a rating to a contribution. The problem with these systems is that they tend to be biased and don't scale too well. I think Coordinate has done this really well in a way that avoids some of these problems, but yeah, that's the general problem with subjective approaches. And then there are objective metrics, such as like per commit, per line of code. And the problem with this, is that it's just too gameable. If you're paying money according to these metrics, eventually people are going to start just working for the metrics, and fails pretty much every time. So the approach that SourceCred's taken is to use the PageRank algorithm, which some of you may be familiar. This is the algorithm that Google famously uses to rank web pages. And what it does is it takes raw data about contributions and metrics and subjective evaluations of contributions, puts them into this PageRank algorithm, and spits out a score for every contribution like in the system, and it puts those into a graph called the contribution graph. You can see like a little diagram of that here. Let's say you chat in person with someone, and that inspires a forum post proposing a feature, and that feature gets coded up as a pull request. All those contributions are put into the system and given a score via PageRank. Here's a screenshot of the product if you haven't seen it yet. And the platforms that SourceCred supports are GitHub, Discourse, and Discord. We also have the initiatives plugin, which allows arbitrary contributions to be input into the graph. So we have been dogfooding SourceCred and paying contributors via the algorithm now, in something we call the Cred Experiment. This began in September 2019. We've distributed about 2 million grain, which is our token, which is pegged to $1 most of the time anyway. The USD value distributed is that we've distributed is around 1.75 million, and we started off like small, doing just 500 grain a week, and ramped it up to 20,000 grain a week, and that continued until relatively recently. This this was supported by grain buys from Protocol Labs, individuals, and also tithing. We've integrated with some really great projects, including MakerDAO, Friends with Benefits, Metagame, of course, which was the first community other than SourceCred to pay people according to cred scores, which they call XP. And they've been really amazing partners this whole time. Stacks, Aragon, Token Engineering Commons, Giveth, and a whole bunch more that I'm leaving out. Most of this time, our revenue model has been tithing, which is basically donations. We've suggested 5% of tokens distributed. That's very roughly covered about 8% of the costs. And special shout out to Maker, Metagame, OneHive, and Stacks. Those are our biggest tithers. As some of you may have heard, the cred experiment has come to an end. This was a couple of months ago. And long story, very, very short, we were negotiating with Protocol Labs to get some more funding, but due to some internal conflict and lack of agreement on the direction of the project, and just people leaving, including our lead dev, who left to take a regular job. Basically, we realized that we couldn't meet the promises that we were making, for this money, and so we made the very sad decision to wind down the org, as we really didn't see a path forward to getting alternative sources of funding. The final payouts for the cred experiment went out in April, and we spent the last couple of months winding down the treasury, eventually grain being redeemed for 37 cents on the dollar, and paying off liabilities. This has led to people thinking SourceCred is dead. The reports of SourceCred's death have been greatly exaggerated. SourceCred is not dead. The org supporting it has shut down, and we're no longer paying people. We've just moved to a standard open source model. But not to downplay this. This was a big deal in the community, and we very intentionally treated this as a dying process. We had a grieving ritual. Shout out to Marcy, who facilitated that. We've done a sense-making retrospective with the Meta-ETH researchers. These are ethnographers that have been embedded in SourceCred for about a year. You can see there's a link there to a post with some very high-level initial results if you're curious about that. On a personal note, this was probably the saddest thing I've experienced in my adult life. I was grieving this pretty harder than any relationship by far. But it was good, and also tricky because SourceCred is not dead. As Metagame, I think, put it really well in their newsletter. SourceCred is dead, long live SourceCred. And I want to just read an excerpt from that newsletter, because I think it expresses really where we're at. However, there's a hugely important distinction to be made between a concrete working product and the team responsible for building and maintaining it. The SourceCred community has been very careful to point out that what is indeed winding down is the organization behind it, and not the whole algorithm. This distinction should always be kept in mind in Web3, because it is exactly what differentiates it from its predecessor. corporations, businesses, and organizations don't have to be exclusively tied to their product anymore, and their product can keep going on being upgraded by interested contributors independently of whether they are official members of the organization or not. In other words, through the renaissance of open source philosophy in Web3, we are now witnessing a new phenomenon in the sphere of digital infrastructure. It has been witnessed already by various Web3 natives, but to truly bring this phenomenon to awareness, it deserves its own name. For lack of a better term, let's call it organizational product decoupling, or OPD for short. So a lot of people are wondering, where the hell is SourceCred? So I want to just give kind of my honest assessment of where things are, with a giant disclaimer that a lot of this is just my opinion, and I'm trying my best to reflect the communities as best as possible, but just put that grain of salt on there. So like what's really strange is that I believe SourceCred has achieved the elusive product market fit. We have some major partners. If we launched a token in 2021, we'd probably be sitting on millions of dollars. And communities are continuing to use and maintain their SourceCred instances. Metagame, I know, at least for the time being, is continuing to use SourceCred. Maker is still using SourceCred and actually just spun up a new instance to experiment with paying their delegates. And we're seeing new communities pop up every day using SourceCred instances. If you check out our introductions channel, you'll see some of the cool projects. Tech support is still active, and we're still providing active tech support there. We are looking for a maintainer. Our lead dev that's left has said that they can review a few pull requests, but we do need someone to take over the basic maintenance and potentially future product development. There's been some discussion around this, and basically it's kind of open at this point. We did decide that everyone did decide that a good candidate would be MetaDreamer. So MetaDreamer, if you're listening, SourceCred has a giant boombox outside your window, and would love to talk if you're interested. But really, and if people are interested, feel free to come by the community. I will say the SourceCred community is fairly unique. If the words "we're ally," non-extraction make you uncomfortable, that might be uncomfortable for everybody. But in general, the community is very friendly and open-minded. And also, I want to point out, very open or friendly to forks. If it's an adversarial fork that's going to harm the community, obviously that's a different story. But we totally also welcome forks, and I suspect that there are a few in the wild also. It's worth noting that some pretty major projects have been inquiring for the last few months, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some interesting things out there. And I also, and this is more my personal opinion, I want to put this out there for people who are concerned about building on SourceCred. So it's possible that SourceCred is complete. And this is more my opinion, but just bear with me. Obviously, SourceCred, there's a lot more that can be built with SourceCred, but the basic product really hasn't changed, in my opinion, in around 2 years. a ton of work has been done, and I'm going to address some of that. But the basic interface, the basic algorithms have stayed relatively the same. As SourceCred, I think, found out a little earlier than other places, shipping product in a decentralized org is really hard, and harder if you are paying yourselves with the thing that you're building as well. That said, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of maturing and hardening of the code base, and I want to just run through really quickly some of the major components that other projects can use as Legos. So CredRank, this is the main algorithm. This is actually the third iteration of the algorithm. The original that most people don't know about was completely scrapped and rewritten from scratch. There's a link to a pod here from William Shargan, the co-founder of SourceCred, who goes into that history and the lessons learned. And then the second version was Timeline Cred, which is the main algorithm most people have used for the last couple of years. And then CredRank was a evolution iteration of Timeline Cred that addressed some of the quirks in Timeline Cred, made it more performant, and just sort of generally hardened it. From what I've seen, I've not seen any major flaws in the incentive design in CredRank or anything like that. So that's a really solid piece of technology. We also have written an alternative new algorithm in the last year called CredEquate. That's got some exciting possibilities. That's basically in maybe a beta stage right now, but it is being used by the Stacks advocate community who seems to like it. And this has some really interesting possibilities, including being a little bit more accessible to people building on SourceCred. That's the intention of it. It uses a much simpler algorithm based on algebra instead of the PageRank algorithm. The plugins are designed such that you can combine them in a more interoperable way. And also, because the math is simpler, you can calculate scores in near real time. And so you can play with parameters and see the outputs right away. And that could make it easier for communities to explore different incentive designs. And so, yeah, there's a link there to a lot more on CredEquate if you're exploring that. And then the plugins. These plugins have seen a lot of use and a lot of hardening over the last couple of years. They're all in pretty good shape. In part to Metagame being the first to use a lot of this stuff and give us a lot of feedback. So props to them. But also things like, OneHive being attacked, distributing $50,000 of their token a week with SourceCred and getting attacked. We built some stuff in response to that. Likewise, MakerDAO's done some interesting work on the Discord plugin, or Discourse plugin, sorry. So anyway, again, this is largely my opinion, but these are, I think, some solid building blocks that people can use. There's also, I would say, there's also a lot of opportunity here. In fact, the longer I work on SourceCred, the sort of larger the opportunity space becomes. And I think we've only just barely scratched the surface of it. The governance surface, all the possible parameters of the algorithm, there's a huge space to explore, possibilities to explore there. There's different use cases. For instance, I'm interested in DeSci and refi lately, and have been working with the Spark Contract Research Forum to get a SourceCred instance up. They actually just started paying contributors for contributions on their forum last month. And I think they're going to be doing that moving forward. So if there's a nice little opportunity to earn some DAI for writing about DeSci there, just one example. There's the external plugins. I think these have like largely been unexplored unless there's some like stuff out there that I'm not aware of. But there's like a lot there. You can plug almost anything into SourceCred if you have the knowledge. Giant disclaimer on there that like having the knowledge is not necessarily easy, but like it's totally doable. Also, just like philosophically, like one thing that I've been very like surprised by working with SourceCred is that people's experience of the algorithm is often more determined by how they view it. The scores get in the ballpark, but people can have wildly different experiences based on the stories they tell themselves, their beliefs about the algorithm, and like the whole space of possibilities there is also very large and presents some interesting opportunities for designing experiences, for coming up with like fair regenerative systems, everything. We also have like a lot of researchers interested in us. As I mentioned before, the meta-ETH ethnographers have been studying us like monkeys for the last year, and there's a link to more about that there. We've also recently saw some like a lot of like PhDs dropping into our chat looking to analyze graph data. So that's some interesting stuff there. Whoop. And so, yeah, how to get involved? You can still get involved. SourceCred is still a thing. You can join our Discord. We're still having community calls every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Pacific. That's a really good way to like just come and ask questions if you're a newcomer and get a better sense of everything. Whew, okay. I ended on time.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was a great overview of where SourceCred's been and kind of the progress and how to get involved. Thank you. There is an incredible amount of depth that you didn't have time to get into about the settings. So definitely one of the things that I've noticed about SourceCred is it's really how you configure it for your organization. So being able to get in there and mess with the settings and set it up for your community and figure out how your community is going to engage with it is half of the battle. And you know, I'm very happy to see that you guys are still active and building, although you know, not actively, and that the organization was allowed to move on. I think the excerpt that you read from SourceCred is dead, long live SourceCred was amazing too, and it is a part of the coordination that we go through. It's like there's an effort to build something, you build the right thing, and then if we're stuck supporting something that's kind of already built, then we don't have the room to grow and continue. So you know, it's like one of the things about AA is that the groups and the communities are what manage it and support it rather than a leader. And I think the same is really powerful for SourceCred. So has there been any pullback from communities that have been using SourceCred, or people doubling down, or have people felt the impact from the organization stepping back?
So yeah, I wish I had like a clear picture of that. Just tracking the communities that I've been working with, they have continued to use SourceCred, and some of them are doubling down, like Maker, for instance, spinning up a new instance for their delegates. But there probably are communities that have stopped using SourceCred, and I wish I had more to tell you on that.
Are there parts of SourceCred that specifically want to get developed out, or that teams that are working on it that might be outside of the the SourceGrid community? Directly?
Yeah. I mean, so like, we've been approached by like a lot of projects that we're just kind of like exploring. I know of at least 3 governance platforms that have been poking around, thinking about integrating SourceCred. I don't think I'm at liberty to say any of their names, but I think that like SourceCred has clearly proved its usefulness in generating useful governance signal, if you will. And so I expect we'll see some movement on that. DSize also really interesting. Science obviously has like reputation system issues, and I think SourceCred could do a lot there. But this is really just speculation. We'll have to see.
Because one of the hard parts about governance is a lot of it is almost like politics, right? A lot of it is getting people to voice their opinion and actually participate. So that's one of the things I love is like it tracks engagement. But something like integrating snapshot or even direct Moloch votes, where people's engagement with their governance could be tracked, where SourceCred would be hugely important for getting people to participate in governance rather than kind of a passive participation.
Absolutely, yeah. And like I think people should be paid, for the time it takes to do governance work, like in a lot of cases anyway. Yeah.
So let's see. I've got a few questions from people. So let's see. Is there a way of using SourceCred as alternative government engine to mitigate plutocracy, so that governance is kind of a hybrid of reputation and tokens?
Yeah, I mean, so like there's like a huge design space there. Like the way that I've personally been thinking about it is like just use SourceCred scores as a signal. Like however it makes best sense in your system. I will say that we tend to see a power law distribution in cred scores. Basically, like you have a small group of people doing most of the work. However, that's something that you see in literally every network, and so it's not a surprise. I think that there is an important distinction, though, between like cred scores and rewards or other actions you're taking based on scores. You could, for instance, have like uneven cred scores and pay everyone above a certain threshold the same amount, for instance.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that an organization needs to spend its budget. So as you say, the things that we're using today, they're tools that help you manage. None of them are going to be the end-all solution. It still comes down to effective management of people. So thank you so much for all of the wonderful work that SourceCred has done over the years. I've definitely had an intimate relationship with it, and we've spent a lot of months digging into how it works, and it's very, very sophisticated. I think it's great balance between recent history as well as the past, and it's got a certain bias, but it's all part of how you tune it. So getting into the settings and effectively understanding it is a workshop in and of itself, but it's definitely worth it. And I definitely recommend communities to check out SourceCred for tracking engagement across a wide variety of things. And we saw a few different tools today that could definitely be great integration points. So if Coordinate or Clarity or any of those others are watching, SourceCred is OG, and having that kind of integration and support would definitely be something that the communities and DAOs that are ingrained with SourceGrid would appreciate. So thank you so much. And I definitely recommend that you check out the Discord. And Dandelion and the crew were some of the first people that helped align me in Web3. So you guys are amazing. Thank you so much, Seth, for coming on. Do you have any more closing statements about SourceGrid?
Yeah, I'll just plus one that and say it's an infinite game, and we're very grateful to Metagame for being the first and being with us on this journey.
Great, thank you. So I think now we're going to move to the panel. Are you able to stay with us for the panel, Seth? Awesome. I believe Pete is here as well. And Richie?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up?
Extra Ben. Seth. Okay. Pete, will you be able to moderate the panel and lead everyone? I think
I didn't plan on doing that. Like I haven't prepared any questions or anything. I just joined the panel.
Okay.
Because we lacked one of the participants that dropped out. So that's why I jumped in.
Okay.
Uh,
I think
do you
one
guys
of the
have
places
any
I want to start with that we kind of left off the source cred part is with integration and communicating how developers integrate with the platform and making kind of tutorials and education that kind of go along with tooling. Obviously, building tools is hard enough as it is, but communicating them effectively is just as difficult. Let's talk a little bit about what goes into communicating what's happening with these tools and educating even people in the DAO space how to effectively use these tools. Richie,
I can jump in. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I think that one of the things that's unique about the DAO space is that it's a team sport, even amongst the tools. And so one thing that I always like to look at is, first of all, is this tool a team player, or are they trying to do it all themselves, right? And then the other thing is, if they are a team player, then like what's their position, right? And so I think that tools should do what they're really good at, and then they should leave the things that they're like not their core thing to other tools and integrate. And so aligning with standards, right? Making sure that the inputs you accept things that are composable, that your outputs are composable whenever possible, is obviously preferred. And so I sort of look to say like, okay, well, we're building a team, and who are the other players in the field, and what are their positions, and who can fill those positions, right? And so when I see things like all-in-one DAO tools, I'm like, well, there's no all-in-one business tool, so I don't know what that means. And so I like to look for other tools that are trying to play a team sport. And so as far as communicating goes, it's like, how are you communicating amongst your peer group about what you're trying to, what your contribution is, right? Contributions all the way down.
Great, thanks. Raj, how about you? How does Vouching handle education and communicating what they're doing and integration with other developers or other platforms?
So at Vipso, what we have is like, since we are a studio, right? So on our workspace itself, we have demos of all the features and everything that Vipso has to offer. So that is how we are educating a new user. And regarding development, taking help of community for doing anything, right? So Pipso, in the name itself, it is built in public. So that means that we are open for everyone's suggestion. So our community calls, our team calls happens open in the Discord, that anyone can join and share suggestions, share recommendations, whatever they want to. But yeah, there's a core team working on it. But if community is open to explore, we definitely give them all the required permissions. So that's how development works at Bipso right now.
I think building in the open is critical. It knocks down the walls and makes sure that the innovation that we're creating can be shared between the people that are using it, rather than kind of hiding innovation. Uh, I used the analogy yesterday of the gardens and us all kind of planting things together. So I think that part is really critical. Seth, how about SourceGrid? How does SourceGrid support developers and integration? I know we talked a little bit about it before, but what kind of education is set up for tuning the SourceGrid for a DAO that might not know how to use it?
Yeah, so one thing that we've worked a lot on the last few months is documentation. I think you'll find the developer documentation is better now. I don't think that we have great materials on the how to configure a SourceCred instance and make it work for your community. That's something that like we've talked a ton about, and we've helped a lot of communities, but we don't. Yeah, that's definitely sort of lacking right now.
Yeah, it's always a really big challenge. And I think one of the best ways that we can help is by like community and tribal knowledge and sharing what we do, because or other organizations have kind of suffered through some of the pains, or they've figured out some of the tricks. I think sharing that knowledge with other people, and if anyone has any questions about SourceCred, reaching out to other people that have maybe had those same questions, relieves a lot of the burden on the organization as well. So that's the other reason for, having openness and sharing. So I think that's the best way to get support, and for us to communicate what we're doing is by having spaces like what we're doing now, where we get to talk about the tools and talk to the people that are doing things that are great and on the forefront. Thank you. Pete, you want to talk a little bit about how metagame educates people and communicates what they're doing with the outside world, and some of the challenges of dealing with a wide variety of voices when trying to communicate?
Yeah, definitely challenging, but I think with metagame, you kind of from the beginning, it was a stance of like metagame is not going to appeal to everyone. It's like it's not everyone is going to like even get metagame and want to get involved. We didn't try to make it like as broad as possible to appeal to everyone, and that's we actually received criticism for that. But where was I going with this? I think the newsletter is what helped the most, like to keep people in the loop, because Discord is just impossible. Like you really need to be super active in the community to know what's happening, and you can't really be active in more than a few Discord servers. I don't know if anybody succeeds in like really keeping track of more than like a handful of Discord servers. I don't even get out of the metagame server much, but the newsletter I think is great for keeping the wider community in the loop, and then obviously Twitter. Like you gotta have Twitter.
I think one of the other great parts, sorry Richie, is the memes and like the large context that's placed in like having fun and expressing it, rather than it all just being a digest. If it was boring, it would just be another list or like a stock report. So metagame does a great job of digesting a lot of complex information and making fun of it a little bit, and making it in a way that people can have fun with it. So I think that's one of the great parts about the communication and education that metagame does. Thanks. Richie?
Yeah, that's actually super underrated, right? Like the putting out a weekly newsletter is really hard. One email a week, really hard to do. We figured out, we actually created like a dedicated team for this stuff. We have like education pod in Clarity that has like dedicated contributors who just focus on taking somebody from like sign up to like activated user. And so they set up like embassies and discords, and they send out the weekly roundup, and are now working on like a self-serve content library and everything. And especially with like the 2.0 release, now we can actually invest in all this content because like the product's not going to like radically change tomorrow the way it did last week. And so we can actually start to invest in this even more. So we have like this dedicated pod that's just to do this stuff, because it takes so much effort to do it. And it's like a totally separate function from marketing or building. It's like this, marketing is like get you to sign up. And then like what happens from sign up to like actually using it every day or close to every day, that's like a whole separate discipline. And we found like we need dedicated people to do that.
Great. I think that's one of the things that I want to talk about now is like the breadth of communities kind of getting involved. So obviously, if we've got kind of local or very focused communities, it's much easier to get them involved because they don't interact with as many people. 5 people are able to get a lot more done than 50 people or 100 people if they're all kind of working on the same subject, which is a little bit crazy. Have you found kind of squads that form up and or how has been like the best work that's been done on your project? Has it been squads? Has it been larger groups? Has it been the kind of community building thing? I think I'll start this time with Seth, and we'll go the opposite way. Seth, how have people mainly been building on SourceGrid? Has it mainly been the organization that was supporting it? Have there been small teams that kind of supported things along the way, or how has it? Have you seen a change over different parts of the organization?
Yeah, so like maybe like a year and a half ago, I'm just making that up, but something like that, SourceCred started decentralizing and using sociocracy as our basic model. And so we had like sociocracy circles with like certain domains, which are like kind of similar to pods and other stuff. Yeah, I think that worked pretty well. I do think like the one thing that did pop into my mind when you're talking about the newsletter though is the political difficulties if the pods aren't aligned. For instance, like kind of towards the end there when we were seeing a lot of like conflict and misalignment, I was on a small team of people creating the newsletter, and I like almost every paragraph, I felt like I was making some sort of like decision that affected other people, and like I'm seeing Richie's eyebrows go up. And so I'm kind of curious if he's had similar experiences or not, but like, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. I think let's take it to Raj first. Richie, hold your thought for it. Raj, how about have you guys seen difference in building? Has it mainly been small teams that are building? Do you guys have a larger team that builds effectively? I know that the community is a big part of how you guys build as well.
So for now, we have a team, like we have dedicated teams for different areas of the product. Because when we are building a product, right, we need people who are working on it for a long time. If we are involved in community, there's a high chance that those people might get something else to work tomorrow, and they might need to leave. Circumstances might be different for everyone, right? So while building a product, it is very important that we have full-time people who are affiliated with the product for long term. So that's why we have teams right now. But at times, when someone from community recommends to add some feature, we give them access to certain repositories, and we accept PRs from them too. Like few of our hires are from community itself. Like these people showed interest, they started contributing, and that's how we hired them full time. So, so right now it is teams, but yeah, we are exploring how we can make it more community centric and how we can make it open for community. But I don't think until unless we have a proper product uh, with all the areas which are working very perfectly, we are not making it open source, because that's just diluting the product in the beginning. That's what I believe.
Okay, great. Thanks, Raj. Richie, how about you?
So the reason I raised my eyebrows when Seth was talking is because I've been there. Like I've collaborated in communities where they spread out too fast, and then you have like there's no alignment on what we're doing for like a season, and then you're sort of like walking on eggshells if you try and summarize what everyone's doing because everyone's got a different picture of it, and that just feels absolutely horrible. And so whenever I feel that, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that, because you don't ever want to feel that again. You'll never tolerate misalignment once you go through like bad misalignment. So yeah, but the way that we think about like community driven development is so we have our roadmap is completely public, and we don't commit to timelines on features. We just communicate our current level of confidence on a feature set. And so we have a whole pipeline. Any conversation that anyone on our team has with a customer is screenshot and goes into our feedback channel internally, where it gets processed and summarized by someone. They drop it in Clarity, it gets like tagged, and it boils up into our public roadmap. And so you can see every like insight that a customer or request that a customer has made that's made it through that pipeline, and they basically like cluster up in our public roadmap in Clarity. And then we like move those clusters up and down. And sometimes they're like just like problem areas, and sometimes they are like, as they move up in confidence, they obviously become like solutions, like things that we actually think we're going to build. And so the top thing before it's in progress is like feeling confident. Like these are things you're feeling confident for. And what this does is it lets somebody come in, they can see something that's like lower on the list from like a confidence perspective. And then they can like, and this has happened now multiple times, we'll get like a long email or a request for a call or something. And they're like, hey, I can take your confidence level on this from down here all the way up there with this email. And then there's sure enough, there's like things. So that's why we don't commit to timelines, because it's like not about ordering, it's about confidence. And so someone can come in and just say like, all right, like I'm going to make a case for this. And all of a sudden, like next week, we're building that thing because they just like made an incredible case for why that should be the next thing we focus on. And so that's kind of how we focus on it. And I haven't really seen anyone else do this. We kind of like just came like after years of working on the product, this is like sort of the way that we've ended up doing it. And it's been what's working the best so far. And then obviously when things go into public roadmap, when they go into development, they're in Clarity as projects, like in the doc, which is like unique to our product. And it says in there the status, who's working on it, and the expected like target date that it'll ship. And so you can see everything right there. And so that's the most transparent I've seen anyone be with their roadmap. And so we're trying to do that as much as possible. And then we have like we separate our team rather than podifying by like departments or like areas of the product. We podify by discipline. So it's like functional organization. So we have like a design pod, an engineering pod, an education pod, right? And these folks all collaborate across pods to like deliver something. And that's why we move really fast, because like the whole org is focused on one thing at a time. But everyone's got their area of discipline. So we ship like ridiculously fast because we have that like by discipline structure.
Yeah, that's a nice split of the team. I've definitely worked on a bunch of different ones. Some where the teams were kind of self-contained and they had everything they needed, and I've been on teams where they're split by the discipline. Thing I like about the discipline, as you said, is that the ability to communicate across your stack is a lot easier rather than being isolated and only knowing you're part of the problems. So I think that's a big help
Yeah.
for
no one
online.
can do anything without communicating. So it's impossible to get an echo chamber because you can't actually deliver anything fully without talking to the other pods.
Yeah, great. Pete, how about metagame? How does metagame work effectively? Have you found that large group communication has been effective? You think that our raid groups have been effective? What's kind of been the most effective part of metagame and communication?
I want to start with the.
You're muted.
I want to start with how we do the roadmaps. So we did it at the very beginning. It was just me starting metagame. Then I split it into 3 phases, and it was just the vague roadmap of how it progresses long term. And then we started when enough people came, we started playing it in seasons. And then we made the seasons like the normal seasons, and then every 3 months we have a like seasonal closing and launching ceremony where we go about reflect on like what happened in the past seasons, what we liked, what we didn't like, and there's a few questions that everybody answers there. And then we do another board that's like what do we like look forward to in the next season, what we want to be working on, what's our personal goals, things like that. And we also did sprints often with after with those ideas that came out there to further like narrow down. But I think then and then we like had this roadmap in the Notion, and I think that's actually this is kind of the biggest friction point was that like we would come up with the roadmap and put it in Notion, and then it would stay there in that single page, like separate from the actual task boards, which are split across like somewhere in Notion, and then the technical side is on GitHub. So that's always been a challenge, like navigating across all these different tools and not having all of the tasks that you're assigned to like in a single place. And but the way we like keep the communications up is through having the champions ring. So in metagame we split, we have the functional teams, but we also have like the raid teams. So every raid and every guild, which is like the functions has a champion and should have a deputy, although not all of them currently have a deputy. And then those like champions meet once a week where we communicate like what's going on inside these different parts of metagame and like try to solve the common roadblocks.
Yeah, I think that time together for the sprint digest, how did things go? What are we going to do next? Is something that you see a lot in a traditional company, but usually organizations in our space don't take time to. But I think as we're talking about communication and planning and understanding where other people are, it's a critical part of communication. So I think that the season ending and the season planning are really important. I also really like that there's the functional groups where the guilds get together and they have someone that can help mentor them and show them the tasks that they can do, different outlets to help grow as a person in these respective fields. But then also they have their respective raids and jobs that they're part of for the organization. So they do have some effective groups that they're on for responsibilities. So I think that having the dual phases of the community is a really great approach to managing them. Thank you. So I think one of the hard parts of any organization is keeping core contributors and attracting people with talent and passion for what you're doing. Can we talk a little bit about what it takes to attract talent and keep them focused and working on interesting things? I'm going to start with Raj.
Yep, finding good talent is hard. Keeping them is even harder. We all we all have faced that at some point in life, right? So, according to me, one thing that works with us is people who are joining web, they don't join for the money or for the job or for the work. They join for the vision that we are having, that the product is having, that the founder is having. So having that vision aligned, right, and keeping it aligned, having that motivation, giving that motivation to team members from time to time, that's something that's very important. Like it's a small thing, but then keeping that fire alive, right, that's one of the most important things for any company to retain their talent. Finding talent is easy, retaining them is hard. So we focus more on making sure that once someone joins back, they get whatever they want. If they feel like they are not able to explore into engineering and they want to explore into product side of it, we give them a chance, because as a startup it's our responsibility to make sure that people who are working in our team gets whatever they want. Like as a founder, uh, the founder's job should be to help the team grow, right? It shouldn't be just to make sure that the product is getting developed. We need to make sure that the team is also growing with the product. So for that, it is very important for us to see and take care of what the people actually want, and then emphasis on that side. So this is something that's working for Pep, uh, for retaining good talent. Yeah, you're mute, I guess.
Great, thank you. So Seth, how about you? What's your opinion about attracting talent and retaining them to projects, especially in Web3, where people have lots of distractions and things? How do we best motivate people to join and participate?
So yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I was like so involved with that in SourceCred, the org, and so I don't know how much I have to say there. I will say an interesting trend I've seen in communities using SourceCred is them using it to recruit and retain people. If you can start getting paid immediately for contributing on a governance forum, that's very compelling for a lot of people. And another thing we've seen is sort of like a chain migration, or where like someone is like gets brought on full time, and then they'll get their friends signed up for SourceCred, and to like help bring them in. And then I think it can also kind of just help with sort of like general retention as well. Although we do often see issues around SourceCred competing with other forms of compensation. If people are getting a salary, do they get SourceCred as well? But that's like a whole nother thing. I'll just leave for now.
Yeah, I think that the ability to pay contributors quickly and that they can see an immediate kind of impact of their efforts is key. I think, as you mentioned, the chain and basically the ability for strong contributors to attract other strong contributors. Like one of the things that we've seen, especially for metagame, is that the big part is about having fun together and about experiencing things together and building together. So I think that having people that you can learn from and that you are aligned with is one of the reasons that I'm working in almost everything that I do. As you say, the financial reason is almost out the window, or is a very low consideration for some people. I think that the thirst for knowledge and the ability to build important things is one of the key reasons that we're all here. So very well put. Thank you. Pete, how about metagame? I know I touched on it a little bit, but how does metagame attract and retain key people?
Yeah, I would say the same thing that you said and that Raj already said. You just say that like, yeah, I think the key is just building this strong community, because I've seen that it's hard to retain, especially in the in the bull market when there's so many distractions and like hundreds of other thousands, maybe thousands of other cool projects that you can dedicate your time to, and especially underpaid time or non-paid time. So it's definitely hard, but yeah, building that, as you said, like the community that just likes hanging out together and learning from one each other, things like that. And
things and other things like that that make sure that people it's as fair as possible. So that's one thing. Is just like your contributor experience has to be good. And so we think about like, what does it feel like to contribute to Clarity? The other thing is that we're extremely honest about what the product needs right now, and we don't compromise on that for other people's like opinions about what they want to work on. Because, and that might sound like really mercurial, but what it actually does is it says like, hey, this is where we're at right now. If that's not where you're at right now, like maybe you should come back next season. Right. And like, then the person can make a decision. The alternative to that is sort of being like, well, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do this. And then they come work they come on board and they invest all that time. And then that's not actually what you're going to do. Right. And then people get mad. And so we just don't do that. Like we just sort of say like, okay. And then, but once people are in and onboarded and we really like working with them, if they're working with us for more than 20 hours a week, I sit down with them for 30 minutes one-on-one every week. And so, and I ask them sort of like, what's going on in their lives? Like, how are they doing as a person? Like if they're having a lot going on at work, at home, then like I'll sort of divert stuff away from them for a period of time so that they can sort of recover. And then also sort of ask them just what do they want to get better at? Like as a dev or as a designer or as a community leader, like how are you trying to evolve as a person and as a professional? And then I try and see if there's space for that to grow in that way at Clarity. And if there isn't, then I'm just honest and I'm saying, hey, I don't think that we're going to have openings for that. But maybe, next season there's something like that. And so then they make a decision. Do I want to continue working here for the next season? Or do I think that this is my time to offboard, right? And I think it's just like about being really honest and transparent and not trying to just like recruit and retain people just to recruit and retain them, but to actually just retain the people who are genuinely here to be here because they are aligned with what the org currently needs, and that they are in the right place in their lives to do this. Like I'm honest with people when I say like, this is a really like intense place to contribute. And so you really got to believe, because like the team is like really like we do a lot, we build a lot, we ship a lot. And if that's what you want to do, if you want to come here and ship a lot right now, like this is the place to be. If you're looking for something a little bit, you just had a kid, like maybe this is not the right place for you to contribute right now. But maybe we have other roles that are more part-time that like could be for that, right? And so just being honest, I think, and understanding where they are as a whole person, not just as like a developer, and trying to align like that more bigger picture with the whole org, so that everyone can be like present on the team.
Yeah, I think self-care and recognizing that we're all people is like a key part of it too. It's like it's not just someone on the end of a Discord channel that is doing work. We all have lives and families and responsibilities or jobs, and there's definitely a lot of focus that's taken towards supporting an organization, especially if you are in charge of other people and helping to help other people grow. people think that leadership is about power. It's more about enabling other people to do what they need to do and unblocking people. I think you also touched on a really important part is like offboarding people and making sure that the organization can stay healthy by maintaining a flow. Sometimes when people become inactive, rather than kind of have them linger on, having a clear distinction of like, I'm sorry, you're not contributing to this part. It is part of keeping core contributors rather than building followers, so to speak. Because I think a big part is about doing things rather than just talking about them. So I think one of the things that I want to touch on is like where tools are going. So we've seen a lot of tools about quests and time management. We've seen tools about effectively tracking engagement. Are there any tools that you guys wish were out there that could help make your lives and everyone else's lives better? We saw a calendar service earlier too. Are there any services out there that saying I wish there were some tools for this that would help improve our projects or kind of the DAO space? Is there anything out there that you guys are hungry for? I think I'll start with Raj. I know this one's kind of a trickier question.
One DAO tool that I really want is I want a tool that can give me holistic data of different wallets I'm holding, of different wallets I'm having right now. Because when we check reputation tools or any workspace tool or anything, right? Usually they are connected with one wallet, but in Web3 that's not the case, right? Like a person doesn't hold only one wallet. A person holds at least 10 wallets. That's the case for myself. So I want someone to create a tool which can give you combined data of 10 wallets, and then this data can be used by all other tools to, like, let's say if Clarity wants to have a login system, then they could have like any, if you can log in via any of these 10 wallets using this particular layer. I want something like that to be built. I don't know when it will build, but this is something that's really required if we want blockchain and Web3. We want some substantial tools to be developed in this space. We want people to adopt those tools. Then we need something like that.
I think decentralized identity needs to kind of catch up to how people are using their online identities. So I think that's a great suggestion. Thanks. How about you, Richie? Do you have any suggestion?
Yeah, I mean, what Raj is looking for, to me, sounds like signing with Ethereum, like the standard. So it's like we were the first project to integrate sign with Ethereum. It's a way for it's a standard for actually signing a nonce to initiate a traditional web session using your wallet. And you can do this, like people have been doing this, but the problem that it's solved is like actually getting everyone on the same sort of format and like signature and everything, so you can trust it and implement it faster. And so I think that that's a good start. Obviously it's not the final evolution of that, but I do think it's a good place. And I would like to see more projects implement it according to spec. Because I think that we sort of have to converge on certain standards, and that it's a community accepted standard. It complies with like a specific proposal that was merged into Ethereum to support it. So, I'd like to see more folks adopt that. As far as the tools that I think are interesting to pop up is, so there's a lot of folks doing like credentialing and creating like credentialing protocols for like micro credentials or for this or for that. And I think that one thing that I've been thinking about is that like these credentialing systems sort of need to have a stronger opinion about like how their credentials are going to be used and like what kinds of credentials. So you look at something like POAP, which is probably like the most successful credentialing, so like badging system, right? And it's like that is like very opinionated about the way in which you use a POAP and like what's a POAP for, and that like makes it easy for people to like know, oh, like this is a POAP, this person has POAPs, this is what they did, like, and how to also when to issue POAPs, right? And I think that we need that kind of like opinionated stance on credentialing for more types of things. And a lot of the credentialing people I talk to, they're like, oh, we don't really have an opinion, like we can be used for any kind of credentialing. And I actually think that like dilutes the value of the credentials on their protocol. And so I'd love to see more opinionated takes on that.
Yeah, I think that that's a really strong point about tools, is that tools should have an opinion, and if they try and do everything, that they probably won't do one of the things that you want very well. So I think it's definitely important for things to be specific, and that also gives rise for other people to step in and fill the need and the market demand for other people too, rather than have one product that does all of it, that none of it kind of works. So very good, very good. I like that. And I think the DID profile part kind of fits in really well with that too. Like how does it all integrate together in a way that people can see it? Pete, how about you? Do you have any suggestions or any tools that you would like to see built or in the next year, or something that would help you out?
I'm always more so like into like bringing these things together, like with identities. Now we build our profiles on ceramic, and then we're building it on spruce. Then there's lens. There's like 5 different projects doing identity, and then like how do you piece these things together, like to say like, okay, so this is this address holds it, and then have a front end that actually loads their identities from, like, aggregates them from across the like different protocols or different tools for identities. And I think it's about the same way in the DAO tooling like world. Like so many different pieces all over the place. You know how it's been in metagame. Like we have 20 different links. Maybe not 20, but like wiki on one side and profiles on there, and then the newsletter here, and then the podcast there, and then here's Discord, and then the forums are on that way. Like, and then voting, then minting, staking. Like it's all on these different websites, different links, different interfaces, and so, and yeah, like it's going the same way with like these different questing systems. Like everybody, like a lot of different tools that have a questing system, and then you're like join 5 different DAOs. They all use different ones, and it's like fuck. And then yeah, it's just not possible to work across DAOs, and just working in one DAO, it's annoying because you have so many of these different things all over the place. So like for me, the tool that I want is really something that like brings it all into a single interface, and like enables what Richie was talking about, so like projects focusing on what they are good in, and then have this place where these different pieces can be plugged in based on these different like how you set it up, and like making Web3 more user centric. So it's not like all these different everywhere based on different DAOs, but so like okay, you in 5 different DAOs that use 5 different questing systems, but in this interface you have a journal, and then journal aggregates all the quests that you're like assigned to, like across different DAOs, things like that, and the dashboard that lets you know.
I think that reminds me a lot of the demo that we saw of Atlantis World yesterday. Not sure if you've had a chance to check out Atlantis World, but it's a kind of like a Pokemon kind of interface, but it's able to incorporate a lot of different tools and dApps into the same interface, so that you can walk around and have kind of the same unified experience while going through all these different tools and platforms. So I think that the metaverse, as we've heard about it, we'll start to see some of these tools integrate and kind of converge on either a shared platform. We saw a lot of stuff in Neos over the weekend as well. So I think as we build up these profiles and identities, that we'll start seeing them, you know, kind of converge in these different places that we're meeting up, which hopefully lead to less of the focus shifting. How about you, Seth? Do you have any tools that would help make your life easier that you think are around the corner for someone building?
Yeah, honestly, I've been so heads down building in SourceCred and putting out fires that I really haven't had a chance to even check out a lot of these tools that I think are really exciting. So I'm kind of looking forward to just playing with things like Coordinate or dgov. Clarity looks interesting. dwork, someone has spun up an instance in SourceCred, so I want to kind of play with that. But yeah, sort of, I guess, like just more abstractly to answer the question, I'm feeling similar to Peath in wanting something that can filter information from all these different places. Perhaps, visualize it also, like whether that's token flows or just visualizing the social graph. I think that kind of thing could go a long way in generating cohesion in a way that doesn't require top-down power structures. And then I think like the last thing that I've been thinking about is dynamic permissions. And I know that there's like a lot of interesting stuff there that like Gnosis and Moloch and different projects are doing. And I'm kind of like looking forward to seeing what's being done there. But yeah, I think that if you can have dynamic permissions that like reflect the consensus of a group, then that could be used to decentralize power in a credibly neutral way. And I think that could be very powerful.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, one of the metagame players, M Prime, came up with a bot that was used for tracking skills. And we previously were talking about using it for like trust mapping as well. And I think having the ability to see connections between people and also like understand like the implicit trust levels of things helps with kind of what you're saying. I think one of the other crazy things that I've seen recently is Metacred, and that's kind of like combining different source grid algorithms together to get a larger sense of how you're doing overall in the Web3 space. So yeah, I definitely think that SourceCred is coming up with some amazing tools, and we'll see some new applications of the existing tools too as we move into these spaces. So yeah, I think that those are great suggestions. We've got a little bit of time left. I think I want to talk a little bit about what it takes to be in Web3, and just kind of like what it's like living this life and the focus. we talked a lot about like how much our focus has shifted, but I know I personally, after many years, I'm still working almost like now it's 7 a.m. to about 2 or 3 a.m. every night, Monday through Monday. So luckily, my wife and family are very understanding, and they give me the time that I have, and I try and fit in time as well. But what about your guys' schedule? How do you deal with living in this 24/7, like pretty fast schedule? I actually likened it to a crypto year as being every 3 months because we're 24 hours a day. So a normal person has to work 8 hours a day. We essentially are working, 3 times that because we're international. So as soon as we are done, someone else is picking up the slack. So I'll start with Seth. Seth, how do you deal with this situation? What's kind of like your daily life like, and how do you keep your focus with so many distractions?
Not well. I'll share some heuristics that I've developed to keep me sane. Like one is, and I think that this is really just like, kind of a Web3 ethos, is to just do it and take responsibility for your actions, including being very aware of the impact you're going to have, and consent and communication, but just owning it. Also, just putting the people first. My primary concern when thinking about anything is, how will this affect the people around me that I care about? That's my prime directive. And also just like have boundaries around, and say no a lot. Like, like I as a rule don't reply immediately to most DMs, and I don't reply to all DMs. I don't really work weekends. I put the expectation out there that I'm not available 24/7. And personally, I'm trying to carve out a lifestyle where I'm not working that much. Like I think that if a person can't just work a few hours a week and like live their life doing other stuff, we failed. And I think that we absolutely can get there, because the coordination we're creating is so awesome that we're like creating a lot of abundance. And so I feel like I'm kind of like going off on a little bit of a tangent, but yeah, that's where I'm at.
I think that was great. I think this is something that is kind of underrated. People see a lot of the shiny parts. There's a lot of sweat and time that goes into it. So I'm definitely supportive of anyone that's able to take that time back. And you do have to really kind of make that time for yourself to have that time. So making expectations that you can have weekends and this stuff are things that you have to give yourself. And especially, with the environment that we're in, people will work nonstop because we're very passionate. So having time to do your life and live other things is critical too. So definitely self-care is important, and will help you survive not just the work day, but in the long run. Thank you. Pete, how about you? What does your day look like, and how do you survive the crypto lifestyle?
And I was like, in the beginning, it's like, oh, you get to be your own boss, work on your own terms. But then it turns out that you're just a pretty bad boss. But like, yeah, in the beginning, I was just, like, to be honest, I was just procrastinate a lot. And it still happens. So, like, these days when I know I need to do something, and I just really avoid doing it, even though it's the most important thing, the highest impact thing, but I like have this avoidance. But yeah, at the same time, like separating work from normal life, like you're sitting at the computer the whole day, and like in the evening, still like DMing, answering questions on DMs, and it's like it just becomes the whole day. Like you live what you're doing. It's kind of a problem in this space.
Well, I think you've definitely held up longer than a lot of people have, and you've done a great job of being a North Star and organizing us. I think it's easy to procrastinate, and one of the key things in our space is about like being proactive as well. And as you said, like you get into a thing, oh, I'm going to be my own boss, and then you are your own boss. the amount of stuff that you have to do is endless. So yeah, it's definitely
It never feels like you've done enough. Like it's constant anxiety.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's worth it. I wake up and I feel every day I'm accomplishing, exactly what I want to do, and I feel that I'm there because I wanted to be there. So it's definitely worth it. Anything else that you'd like to say, Pete?
Not really. I just finding that balance is sometimes hard.
Yeah, definitely. How about you, Richie? How do you do with being in Web3 and living this life?
So I've never worked in an office before. Like, I mean, I have an office, but I've never like gone to work in like with my whole like in a company with an office, you know? And so I've always had to figure out like the remote work sort of life balance, which I think is a whole skill in itself. And we watched like everybody have to figure that out over the last 2 years. And then the other thing is I've been in Web3 since like late 2018. And so that's like a specific flavor of remote work that has its unique challenges. And so for me, it's like, I like what Seth said about like setting clear boundaries. My boundaries are that I work all the time, but then when I don't work, I set clear expectations that I'm not working at this time. So I usually take Sundays off, but otherwise I'm pretty active. And what I realized is that like my job is a lot of my job has evolved into like I had to start to give up coding, right? Because I was coding the product for the first 2 years. And that I can no longer do that. It's not my position. And so I realized it's like my job is sort of just to keep everybody like on the same page. And so I end up having like 4 hours of calls a day, and I sort of do them back to back, like for 4 straight hours. And so what I do is I don't take calls before 11:30. And so I get to the office at 6:30. By the time 11:30 rolls around, I've done everything that's important for the day. And then I have my 4 hours of calls, and then I go exercise, chill out for a bit, and like do email in the evening. And like, that's the only way I can think to like get all of like, 'cause it's more of like energy management than time management. And so setting the expectation that like, I'm not going to be available in the morning because I'm like doing my most important stuff. And then like all my calls happen in this block. And then I'm also going to be like lightly available, like when I'm exercising or the other part. And then in the afternoon, I'm going to get back to you if I haven't yet, or in the evening rather. That's been the way that I've found to balance it out, where like I actually have the energy to do this stuff. But if something really important hasn't happened by 4 p.m., it's not happening today. If it takes a lot of energy. And so that's the trade-off. You have to sort of admit that to yourself. Like, I'm human. This is not happening today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for sharing. I know that is, a subject that we usually don't cover, and I can tell you, it's something that all of us think about every day. It's like part of like who we are and like how everything gets built around you. So the reason that you see such amazing progress is because the people around you are passionate and they're working their butt off. So big props to all the teams that are out there building the tools and working to herd cats, make awesome projects, support public goods. So thank you, gentlemen. Could you please remind everyone of who you are? And I think we'll probably close the day down after that. So let's go around the room. Pete?
Pete, working on this metagame thing.
Richie?
We're Richie. I'm Richie. We're building Clarity, the DAO collaboration, DAO contribution platform.
Okay, Raj?
Raj, working with BIP, workspace for communities. Along with that, working on Truts, which is a discovery platform for Web3 communities.
Yep. Thank you. And Seth?
Yeah, so I am a self-sovereign freelancer working to make magic internet money appear whenever I create value. And that's probably going to be source code here, just figuring out how to do it.
Awesome. And thank you so much, gentlemen.
I want to plug in MetaOS, so the tool that I'm wishing that exists. We're trying to find more people to help build it, calling it MetaOS.
Awesome. Yeah, the MetaOS is the operating system of the metaverse. So it's got a lot of our best learnings from tools and how you can help set up an organization. Obviously, organizations are built up from the people and it's the solutions that they are providing. So there's no one size fits for all of them. But yeah, the OS has got a lot of cool experiments that we've done and learnings that you can take away from it. So thank you everyone for helping build the tools. And we'll come back tomorrow as we start talking with all the DAOs that are using these tools. And so we'll have DAO House here, we'll have D-Work, we'll have Deep Work, we'll have a lot of other people, Uber House. So definitely come back tomorrow. We'll have another amazing day. And this is MetaFest 2 on DAO Week. So thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Penguin. Thank you all.
Thank you.
See ya.